a frenzy of activity. Wagons coming to and fro, loaded with material. You see ranks and ranks of Revolutionary Guard stationed in one of the main courtyards of the Brethren Hall. Azune, you are slightly behind a balcony on a second story of one of these larger keeps of the Brethren Hall, as you see Herondis Einfasen standing before the assembled guards, says, "To those of you who have proudly served the Revolutionary Guard, you are dismissed of your service effective immediately. Generous compensation for the ending of your employment will be presented to you at the gate. Your exit is here. Those of your equipment which were provided by the Revolutionary Guard can be deposited in this wagon to your left. The city and its attendant Lord's Advisory thank you for your service. That is all." He turns, leaves the balcony, and walks down into the hall where you and Captain Azir both are waiting. He turns to you and says, "Well, today will be a very busy one. Lieutenant Nayar."
Yes, sir.
I trust that you would do me the honor of showing me through some of the attendant offices of the Arcane Marshals.
It would be my pleasure to do so, my lord.
Thank you very much. You see that he goes and speaks quickly to one of his attendants who goes out to the yard where you see a bunch of sort of dazed Revolutionary Guardsmen just sort of staring around. You know that probably more than half of the city's guard was standing out in that courtyard.
Amongst those that were dismissed?
Dismissed.
I think I'm studying the sea of these people. My understanding is that the Arcane Marshal's office has been kept intact, and as far as I know.
You walk in and see that all of your companions, your fellow marshals, are all standing there, looking, for the most part, still here.
Of those that were dismissed, did any stand out to me as particularly upset or angry?
I mean, a lot of them.
Okay, good.
Yeah. A lot of them.
Walking into the Arcane Marshals, I'm ushering in Lord Einfasen. As I'm walking past, I will look into other offices just to see, is that one empty? Mm-hmm. Is this one empty?
You walk through, and I think you see that Constance, who was your record keeper, is no longer here.
My lord,
yes.
I noticed that a record keeper has been amongst those dismissed.
We are going to consolidate the record keeping of the remaining Revolutionary Guard into a central branch.
Understood.
We cut to a separate area of the city. Wagons moving to and fro. Effort shouting, over here, as tapestries, fabrics, tall sort of flats. You see a tremendous push of effort as construction begins, hammering on nails, as an enormous flat showing a sculptural but also largely painted backdrop of an ancient orcish castle, painted with ash and soot, a fiery sky overhead. Where do we see Hal in this moment?
Hal has stopped in at the Hallowed Round only for a short time, maybe 30 minutes or so, to see how the production is coming. We're getting closer to an open of this production, and Nevada Anza is directing this performance, so I'm just here to get a beat on things, distracted as I am, as we all are, with other things. Still have to keep the lights on. Walking
up to the stage, you see off in a corner Shadia is busy with some paint. You see that looking out, you see that she goes, "Dad, what do you think about Vokian Murzat right here? It's the first play we're putting up, so I think putting him in the front row on the outside of this box." You see that she has this figure of a orcish hero that precedes the Shaper's War by about 100 years in one of many failed orcish rebellions against Osgra. You can see that there is this, she's painted this really handsome looking orcish general who's like has a fist raised with like a shattered blade in his hand, and you can see behind him other orcs rising up against this like fiery sky. She goes,
"Run with it. I like your idea from the other day. We start with the most recent and then let history stretch on out into the periphery."
I love it. Okay, great. And we can these are changeable. We can move the panels, but yes, I think this is a great place. You hear feel a little tap on your shoulder as Nevada turns around and says, Hal, I have a big problem for you. I don't think we're feeding the actors enough.
Oh?
No, because Lash is eating the goddamn scenery, okay? It's a travesty. We don't need a dramatic pause on every sentence. And he keeps cheating to his best angle when it doesn't make sense.
I don't want to step on your toes. May I?
But, well, he won't listen to me, so God forbid an actor, Shaper forbid an actor, or you understand what I'm saying? He's a menace. I can't do my job.
The story we are telling here is called Kotherai.
You see people hush, the work stops.
Heretics. The other nuance to that word is renegade. Walk over to Lash, walk up onto stage. Renegade. Yeah? He is not facing inward. He is standing here, facing down these holy men, and now the Rangjani, who have turned on him as well in this crucial moment. And he is not caving in. He is a renegade. And his confidence is key here. He is content to stand with his choice. Was his blood being spilled here, on this spot? This actual spot. Was it for nothing?
No. Outward.
So, Lash, we're not going to play for pity. You will hold yourself high and speak the truth. What a gift we have here under a clear blue sky to tell Mirzat's story and tell the truth for once in some place here today. And I place my palms and my fingers sort of on his collarbone over his shoulder. Let's take a breath. Everyone. Yeah? And on the second large inhale, as the entire company of 30 to 40 people breathe out, swipe my hands away. Pat him on the cheek. You've got this. And in effect, cast Enhance Ability and augment his charisma. Nevada. Sorry. As you were. Sorry. Edar, Chorus, make sure that you anticipate the turn just a hair more and carry him in.
Got it.
Yeah?
Yeah, we'll carry him in. It's just, the pauses make that hard to, the pauses make it. We'll do it.
Suck out the air.
Okay.
I wink at Shadia over his shoulder and climb halfway back up into the audience and watch everyone scurrying about. And I watch the other actors with knives drawn for our central character and just feel a little shiver run down my back at the unintentional coincidence.
Mm-hmm. Looking at the long knives come out, you feel the weight of the liar's blade at your side, watching. Back to one, everyone! We return back to the Brethren Hall as Lord Einfazen looks at your particular office here. It says, exemplary work here, Lieutenant Nayar. Your record keeping is absolutely fastidious. I appreciate the care and attention to detail. Coordination is the hallmark of any military endeavor, and it is, I think, important that the various organs of the city begin to act in concert with each other. May I ask something to you?
Of course.
Have you observed in your time here working in the city any areas of laxity where the Revolutionary Council has been made aware of arcane threats to the city and chosen not to act?
Not to my knowledge, my lord. Is this something you want us to double our efforts in observing? Has there been evidence of this that you are aware of?
No. But I appreciate the eagerness with which you offer to double your efforts. Is it such an easy thing to double your efforts?
I believe that we are of the mindset that whatever must be done in service to the city is what shall be done.
He furrows his brow and says, if it is no great task to double your efforts, then I would like to see them doubled anyway.
I will see what assignments I can move around to make room for this particular task.
I appreciate it. Is there any clarity I can provide to you in what is expected of you, Lieutenant Nayar?
Not at this moment, my lord. If there's any further need of me, you know where to find me.
I do. Best of luck with your patrol today, Lieutenant. As he turns to walk out, he looks out and says, sort of pausing in the doorway, you've arrived at this station quite early in your lifespan.
Is that so?
It would seem to me.
I know not how to respond to that, my lord. I do my best.
Did you enter military service at a rather young age?
I did.
Would I have heard of any of your military endeavors?
I don't think so. I was quite young.
Very well. I wish you all the best. It is good to know that there are those who see the force of the movement of great events and find themselves at peace with these changes. He removes himself. We return back to the theater as you feel Hal in this moment looking out. Seeing Nevada say, "Everyone, listen to your producer." As he said, strong choice, and that's choice singular, all right? You see that looking out, Lash begins to speak. The knives are out. I'm not afraid. And if I am to die, and launches into the version of the speech, outward, broad, fast, throughout the city, and you can hear the voice booming across the vast rooftops of Dolmakyar. And we'll return to this story in another episode of Critical Role.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Critical Role Announcement Playhouse. Let's jump into it so we can get to the game. Tonight's sponsor is eBay. Sam, why don't you tell us about it?
This holiday season, hi. eBay Live is the spot, I should emphasize is the spot for the hottest gifts and biggest deals. Just jump on that eBay app and look for the Live button, then let all the incredible finds find you. There's real-time auctions, exclusive drops, and tons of surprises from celeb guests to penny auctions. It's eBay. but live. Don't listen to don't listen to me though. We have someone among us, this guy, who uses eBay all the time. Taliesin, you're always looking for hidden gems, right?
Yeah, well, I've been feeling nostalgic recently, so I've been using eBay to eBay Live specifically to go back and find all the vintage toys from my youth.
I bet a lot of folks do that. Can you show off some of your finds?
Oh yeah, hold on. So yeah, this is a vintage vaudeville dummy from the Vivian Vance Variety Hour. I mean, man, that just takes me back.
Oh no! Why is it pointed this way?
Hi.
That's so cute. Yeah. But wasn't vaudeville like the early 1900s?
No, it's like 1880s to like the late 1920s-ish, if memory serves, I guess.
But okay, my math isn't great. But
I know.
So you were a kid then?
No, not 1920. I wasn't technically a child.
Huh.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've got more. Hold on.
Okay.
This is a zoetrope, and I played with these a lot when I was a kid. Oh. Yeah, I used to spend hours watching the pictures dance while my father was out fighting in the redcoats, and my mother was sewing flags with her friend Betsy. I mean, God,
Betsy. Do you mean Betsy Ross?
Oh yeah, Auntie Betsy. Why? Do you know her?
Again, I'm trying to do the math. You're saying you were a toddler in the late 1700s?
What? A toddler? That's ridiculous. I mean, coincidentally, though, I did find one of my favorite toddler toys. There you go on eBay Live. Here it is. 1 second.
Oh, this one's big. Oh, God. Oh, God. A rock?
It's an asteroid, actually. I used to love flinging these things around, skipping them on the balls of plasma you guys call the sun, balling them up to form planetoids. I mean, they're great.
That sounds fun, I guess.
It was, man, until stupid Jupiter came along and ruined my orbit with its dumb gravitational pull. Am I right?
Wait, wasn't that 4 billion years ago?
Maybe.
4.5, I think.
When you find precious things from your childhood on eBay Live, it kind of feels like it was just yesterday.
Well, this holiday season, relive your childhood no matter how old you are. Discover the perfect gift on eBay Live. And oh no! Oh, shaky camera. Discover the perfect gift on eBay Live and let those incredible finds find you, and massive deals find you, or something. I don't know. All in real time. Check it out at ebay.com/eBay Live. Matt, back to you.
Thank you, Sam. Laura.
I want to see this thing.
These purchases feel less weird than real purchases, Taliesin has told us.
This is true. We have a whole podcast where we do this.
Yes.
There's an entire podcast where we do nothing but buy things.
Go watch Weird Kids.
It'll be a great place for our tiny Brennan to sit.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Tiny
It is a tiny Brennan.
Quick, get him some almonds.
Give him some caffeine.
He's been making the shoes for this size for so long.
Someone you love is about to die.
Laura, you're up.
Hi, guys. Guess what? We're in the final days of the 4th annual Christmas Campus sale and all of our Critical Role shoppies. It's your last chance to save up to 60% off on like toys, apparel, Daring to Press games, pins, so much more before the sale ends on December 14th. Like seriously, I went and looked at some of it. It's marked down so much. You can get some really good deals.
Oh, maybe I should get some.
I know, I'm telling you. Check it out.
Yeah.
I think there was more, but it scrolled and I don't know what it was. So, love you guys. That's it.
Awesome. Thank you, Laura.
You're welcome.
Heck yeah. Marisha, you're up.
Episode 6 of The Mighty Nine is available now on Prime Video.
6 and 9.
Or Mighty Neen, as some people don't understand. You can sit down with us. Cut that out. You can.
Don't. Leave it in. Nope. She should relive her shame.
You can sit down with us next Monday, December 15th, for a Beacon exclusive fireside chat with Sam Riegel and Thaisha Hugh, who is our showrunner and executive producer of The Mighty Nine. Tasha's a badass. Literally couldn't have done this without her. So hop in the Beacon Discord right now. Send along your questions. And yeah, I can't wait to chat with you all next week.
Fantastic. Thank you, Marisha. Liam, you're up.
Oh, yes, I have some comic news. Critical Role, The Mighty Nine Origins, Jester Lavore is on Webtoon now. Yeah. We'll put comics anywhere, in a toaster, you don't know. The series, first published by Dark Horse as a graphic novel, explores the origins of each party member of the Mighty Nine. Fans both new and returning can experience the story in a brand new way, reformatted for Webtoon's immersive vertical scroll format. You can find it now on webtoons.com. Wow. Check it out.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Liam.
No one watching saw how long you had that on your head.
I had it on for so long. It was so long, y'all.
She was on there for a while.
The whole time Liam was talking.
All doing great.
You'll know.
Yep.
However, that concludes our announcements, so let's go ahead and return to the world of Arma.
I'm gonna have this the whole episode.
Hello, and welcome to tonight's episode of Critical Role. Every time I'm about to talk, they say a bunch of stuff. I know you know it. But, nope. Just the first syllable of the word scrotum. Folks, tonight's episode of Critical Role takes us back to the kingdom of Timony, where our heroes have just completed one little quest that was occupying their mind, oh so bent on blood and vengeance. Lo and behold, Thimble, boon companion of the late Thiazi Fang, has avenged his death, at least in part avenging the closest betrayal to him, although perhaps there are many whose names could be put on an ever-growing list. However, his closest friend who betrayed him, Casimir Gavendale, got to be the Baron of Sloke for a short few days before he met his end atop the ramparts of the crumbling castle that he had sold his soul to get. Casimir, his blood soaking into his cloak, yet hangs over the ramparts, his knights released from service, his Crowkeeper companions newly knighted by this freshly anointed Baron, laid to waste, one thrown over the castle walls by Kattigan Vale, another, I believe our other Crowkeeper died down there in the, was I believe smoten by Teor Pridesire.
Caught a flail to the chin.
Caught a flail to the chin. And the last drowned mere moments ago in a wide and broad puddle by
a cool-ass dog.
By a cool-ass dog, a Rox Mastiff.
Dog drowned.
Dog drowned. Stay down. As we well know, our companions have been traveling north for vengeance against Casimir Gavendale, who at the last moment sold out a plot to save Thiazi Fang's life, captured and set for execution back in the city where our quest began, in Dol Makyar. For the part that he played in betraying Thiazi and leaving him at the mercy of the hangman's noose, Casimir Gavendale is no more, and he has paid a bitter price. His words perhaps ringing in Thimble's ear about the life that was left for him after the faltering and ruin of the Falconers' Rebellion, and perhaps the words ringing in Wick's ears of him being truly and totally alone here without any guards. And perhaps ringing in all of your ears is the noise of the enormous squid that was summoned by your Chanter's Egg as Tyranny disguised as Dr. Jezebel Finger.
She was instrumental. I'm gonna say she did her job.
Instrumental.
Gone too. Is it wrong to say for a disguise gone too soon?
She can be back.
She can be back at a moment's notice. And don't.
And that is a threat.
And that is a threat.
That's what fan art's here for. Immortal.
Discussing that the castle seemed to be seized by the House of Halevar, for indeed Wick, prevailing upon everyone as a lord of the House of Halevar, one of the mighty and great sundered houses, and the sort of patron family of the Candescent Creed, the castle was sort of handed over to Wick as it seemed that it had been taken or conquered. However, it was quickly deeded over, both with whatever legitimacy is left to your name, but also with a quick act of forgery on Tyranny's part, altering the deed of title to the newly minted Baroness, the former Dame Cosgrove, a young lady knight who grew up here in the rain-soaked village of Sloke. She seems to take this mantle very seriously, and we find ourselves here in Brawla's house. Brawla Dossiper, who is sort of keeping a public house here in Sloke. Within the home, you've just been joined by Dame Morgaine, who you'd met on the road here to Sloke, as well as Hawkins. Again, Dame Morgaine, a sort of dappled, almost calico-esque border collie looking like a herding dog with some patches of blue amongst the black and white and brown. And then Hawkins is this enormous tawny gold mastiff. He has a sort of a light pale gold that sort of darkens to brown around the jawline and the paws and around the ears, sort of accented. This enormous muscular mastiff. When I say a large dog too, I mean in that way where his head is quite a bit larger than a human head. His head is like almost like a chest unto itself. A like guardian dog that is, you've seen some like wolfhounds out around the shepherd's flocks. Those are like big and imposing. These mastiffs are not made to hunt wolves. They're made to stop armed humans. So you see Hawkins standing here looking at you and saying, "Well met, travelers. I hope that I did not give you too much pause on the road."
Is that a pun?
Yeah.
Pun?
Sorry.
Why? Explain the joke.
Well, pause could, in that sentence, have a double meaning, meaning pause to give us a bit of a fright, and also pause because you used your pause to murder a man.
Murder? No. I challenged him to a duel. He accepted, and then when he saw me emerge from the woodline, he started to run. That doesn't end the duel.
True.
He assumed I was a man, and I am not a man. I'm a dog.
And a very good dog at that.
Thank you for the compliment.
Stop short of good boy. Didn't
You see, he looks and says, "No, the only man I've given pause to today in that context would be the late Gully Breeches. Why are you traveling in these lands?"
Well, now we're off to find your brother.
Yeah, that is right. We are looking for my brother, Talsidamir. Sid, to those that know him.
You see that Morgaine looks up at Brawla and says, "My dear Madame Dossiber, if we might have a meal for our friends here. They are, for the time being, friends of the king." And you see that she nods and says, "Well, I'll whip that up right away," and goes off to start collecting something for you all to eat here.
Is there a menu, or is it just sort of...
No.
Omakase, okay.
And you see she...
Pretty sure last time she just said it was potato soup.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got potato soup.
Take nothing unoffered. Right?
Thank you for reminding me.
You see the other knights here sort of seated. There's not enough tables in this place for them, so some of them are just seated on small casks or barrels over in a corner. And Morgaine looks over to you and says, your business brought you here to seek out Casimir Gavendale.
Uh-huh.
I sense that my presence is leaving you slightly guarded. I must speak with our dwarven friends in the corner, and I would leave you to your own for the time being. But if your travels would see you head north of here, following the envoy that left town not too long ago, you are welcome to travel with myself and my companion, my brother Knight.
I mean, that sounds really cool, if that's okay with you, Teor.
Absolutely, it would be most agreeable. We would be fortunate for the company.
She nods and says, I will leave you to your own to speak as you will. And you see that she goes and walks off over to the group of dwarves over in the corner that you can see have thick, muddy boots, mud-covered jackets. They have a lot of like dirty equipment with them. These look like not travelers, but workers. You see that they have a lot of gear around them. And leaves you guys to discuss the aftermath of the Battle of Castle Sloke.
So that went well. I mean, how do you feel, Thimble? You got what you wanted. And what do we do now? I guess we're still fighting your brother, but I mean, this feels like... Do you feel better?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's... Yeah, he needed to die, and, I don't feel much better, honestly, if... I thought maybe if he was dead that Thiazi being dead would not be as bad, but it's still just as bad.
That's a strange thing, isn't it? You would think.
Well, I'm glad he's dead. That guy sucked.
No, me too.
Oh yeah, we're all glad he's dead. Yeah, for sure.
Really, really horrible.
It does seem to shine a light on how large the conspiracy against Thiazi actually was, though. Casimir feels more and more like a piece.
Yeah. Isn't it strange that this long after everything, that they would put a target on his back again?
It was my understanding that he had found a place of use in Dol Magyar.
Well, I mean, for the most part, we did some questionable things, but yeah, I mean, he was useful to so many different people and loved.
You always got to wonder when someone ducks and dodges something for so long, why they got caught. You don't get less savvy when you get older.
But all the houses working together? Yours and the Tacones?
Did you know about that?
No, not at all. It does feel like there's something, an ill will, an ill wind blowing, because...
That was me, I'm sorry.
Oh, well. Your brother and this Thiazi and... the families working together and this business over at Hal's house with everyone sort of converging there and having different strange things happening to them as well. And I met someone through Hal a few months ago, and she disappeared as well. And
who?
Oh, just a girl. She was an actor in his troupe, but I just thought she wandered off to another town. But at this point, I don't know anyone. Maybe there is some trouble brewing. This king of Timony is now making his way south.
Yeah, why?
There's stuff happening. Well, it's not our job to figure out what, but
no.
Perhaps we should just be on alert.
Well, first of all, it's not just a girl in a theater troupe. He is fully a picture that he was hugging and smooching it right before we left.
Oh.
I don't really know.
You had a
former flame?
No, I not a girlfriend. No, just we connected on a When you go to the theater, you sort of let go of yourself a little bit and feel emotions and portray yourself in a different way, and it can be very romantic. That's all. And we just felt a bit of a connection.
All I know is after we would go and visit Hal and go see the shows with her and her, he prayed all night afterwards. He didn't sleep a wink. He was just praying and praying and praying.
Unrelated. Unrelated.
You're just really
I'm just
pious.
very devout.
You're just really devout.
What's this woman's name?
Armas.
Are you celibate?
I don't think that's any of your business.
We all keep our vessels pure in the CC.
We just keep our vessels pure. Yes.
Vessels pure, nice and pure. But
and that's a choice.
And that's
to be celibate.
And
if
that's
I didn't,
a choice.
if I could be, I could do either.
You could have a drink today at this when.
I don't think I can. There's only water here.
Well, I think that Hawkins said there was going to get some wine or something. I don't know. We could.
Brawla sets a couple of bowls out in front of you, and you can see
dog bowls.
Oh no!
Jesus Christ!
Not yet. No, sets out actual bowls, small wooden spoons. As you guys sit and eat, you can take a short rest. Here as you are eating, and you see it's getting probably about like a little bit later in the it's like early to mid afternoon at this point. Still a little bit gray outside. You see the knights sort of talking to each other about what is to come. I think anyone who wants to, if you're just focused on each other, you can. You can also make a perception check at this moment if you want to do any eavesdropping on what conversations are happening here at the tavern.
Crack.
Mm-hmm.
20.
20.
Oh.
Hell yeah.
I yield 13 points with one of my heads.
Great. Are you focused on Morgaine and Hawkins speaking to the dwarves in the corner, or are you focused on the knights speaking to each other?
I think I'm more interested in the dogs.
Cool. You see that she looks and says, you see that one of the dwarves sort of leaning forward goes, well, yeah, I mean, I couldn't tell you one from the other, but we got pretty far in there before we realized it was a crypt. You see that she sort of nods and says, I understand. So you found there was no other, no creatures or no sense of, he said, no, once we realized it was a crypt, we came back out. We had a little prepared for things like that. You don't go digging around in the dirt unless you're ready to find some, nonsense every now and again. We had holy water, we had everything like that, but we got out, and the only thing we found in there was sunlight. She said, really, from whence? You see, he goes, well, the front of the cairn where the actual wall was engraved, that had clearly been taken apart and not put back together. Because you can see the old barrows around here, they have what's called daub, which is a sort of, they get a ceramic or a clay base, and you see it starts going into, and you see Hawkins and Dame Morgaine both kind of zone out as the dwarf gets really craftspersony about it. And you see that Hawkins says, more to the point of what happened rather than how they executed this daring architectural maneuver. And you see that the dwarf goes, got it, yeah. Well, it got taken down from a state where it was supposed to be there permanent, and they put it back up quick. You see that Morgaine looks over at Hawkins and says, I don't expect you to have looked too terribly into the goings-on within the cairn. Were there any bodies, remains, or a lack of such? You see that Jasper, who's this main dwarf who's talking, goes, well, lack of such. There were nothing in there. And you see that two of the other dwarves with him, that for whatever it's worth, look a little bit, they actually seem to have a kind of bluish, stony tint to their skin. You see that they have one of those long, braided black beard. But you see that none of them have any white in their hair. They all look pretty young, except for Jasper, who has a dyed white in his beard. You see that they both sort of spit over their shoulder. And you see that Jasper just goes, yeah, well. Any case, that's all we saw, you know. But I couldn't tell you why or how. And you see that Morgaine just sort of nods and says, thank you for this information. I suspect that this activity was quite recent. Very well. Good to know. And you see that she looks over to Hawkins and returns to your guys' table. Well, travelers. And you see she turns her attention to you here and says, and my lord, I don't know if we've had a proper introduction. I am Dame Morgaine, and this is my companion, Sir Hawkins. Hawkins nods.
It's an honor to meet both of you. This is my aspirant, Tyranny, and...
May they meet you.
We're grateful to your assistance today.
And she says, you are, if I'm not much mistaken, a member of the Candescent Creed. May I ask your name, sir?
I am Wicander Halavar.
Ah.
Should I? Yes.
And you travel here in Timony in the company of... See, she sort of holds her head up a little bit mischievously and says, these charming adventurers.
Yes.
We're hunting truffles.
Hawkins goes, difficult.
Remember my travel days? Plagued me. A pox.
Morgaine says, do you find yourself... She turns to you here, Thimble, and says, it was in the interest of the House of Halavar to see the late Baron Gavendale brought to a swift end?
Yeah, sure.
I think...
She says, I understand you are traveling in a strange realm, and I am asking questions. I would not take kindly to someone peppering me with questions either. It is a strange time in which many of good conscience yet have things to hide. However, you are, I must say, to my own credit and defense, very interesting. And something tells a story here which is not a common one. Therefore, I am left perplexed and incredulous. I hope that makes sense.
It does. And I feel like honesty is always the easiest way to see through to a person's soul. We find ourselves unaligned at the moment with any particular house or nation. Right now, we follow one goal, and that is reuniting a family. And we realize that, at least I realize that my family may have certain angles and designs in this realm, but I don't currently act on their behalf or in concert with them.
Give me a persuasion check.
10? No, 12.
Would you get advantage if I was screeching her ear?
If you would like to give the help action here, if there's anything you would, if anyone would want to vouch on Wick's behalf, you are welcome to do so.
Absolutely.
Then you can roll with advantage. You're getting the help action.
Oh. Much better. 22.
What does Tyranny do to assist Wick in this moment?
I'm just going to I'm just gonna put a little light thaumaturgy, and just make sort of the glowing stuff around Wick, like candles thing, just like get a little brighter and a little like just a little like soft focus. His skin looks
like
so
glamour
good.
shot.
He looks so pretty.
Yeah. Ring light.
Yeah, ring light. I hold a ring light in front of him.
You see that Morgaine smiles and says, "You find yourself at odds with the house that bears your surname."
At the moment, yes. I've realized that they
suck.
They suck.
You see that Dame Morgaine says, "As a hound of the king, His Majesty has bidden that all creeds and faiths or absences thereof be made welcome in the kingdom of Timony." You see Hawkins goes, "Even those openly fomenting revolution and rebellion." And you see that Morgaine says, "Well, I don't know how much the faith itself is to blame for that. After all, a faith is quite a large thing. Many people, many moving parts. Your words ring true to me, my lord. And if you find yourself unaligned, a sheep separated from his flock, then know that it is always of the utmost priority to the hounds of the king that lost sheep be guided to safety and security."
That's amazing. Yes, we're just little sheep. We're just little sheep out here. We need a shepherd.
You see that Hawkins looks and says, Hawkins says, "I smell blood on them. I don't know how little these sheep are." Hawkins says, "The Taconis envoy, we have been trailing them for some time, moving through the lands here. We had no intention. The late Baron of Sloke was not someone that had come across our priority. We knew not what mattered he to the Taconis or not." You see, Morgaine says, "No, indeed, I believe the Taconis did not come into possession of Castle Sloke for the purpose of pawning it off on Casimir Gavendale. That may have been an added bonus for them, but not something that they necessarily aspired to do with this place. No, I suspect that they came into possession of this little barony to hollow something out of the ground and make their way north with it."
Do you think they succeeded?
Quite likely. They came into its possession not very long ago. The Earl of Gormalay saw fit to anoint the marriage of the late Lady of Sloke to the young Lord Docet Taconis, who was the Baroness's husband for all of 9 months.
Do you know what they were searching for in this area? Or?
Sloke has no great wealth to speak of, and the Taconis have been moving in our lands silently, quietly, for some time. They made their presence known more than in the past. I would say some 2 years ago, a little bit less at this time. But they, amongst the sons at houses, the Taconis have always been a silent one. In the old empire of Obrademia, there were 2 priestly houses that served directly beneath the royal house of Obradai. The Halavar, which were the speakers of flame, always happy to make grand pronouncements and speak on behalf of the shaper of the sun. The Tuconis were the priestly house of shadow and of night, of the passage of souls through darkness to emerge in the hall of the shaper himself. They were a house of a duty related to the passage from life to death and to the afterlife beyond.
This is so creepy.
Therefore, in the absence of any halls of the gods of permanent afterlife, the House of Tuconis, their ancestral obligations led to an ever-expanding underworld. As the House of Halavar, as you are well aware, my lord, has seen fit to establish chapels, and the movement of Halavar cannot be missed. In fact, they announce their movements as gloriously as the light which they wield. It is their power. The Tuconis have been moving in shadow, and we have only sniffed them out, I'm afraid, perhaps too late. There have been cairns like this opening up throughout the land. Perhaps we should return to Timon's Rock. She turns to Hawkins, nods and says, The Stag of Seven Tines will be able to give us some answers if we start to put this information together.
What's the Stag of Seven?
You see that Morgaine looks up and says, those druids of Timony are of the Circle of the Stag.
Right.
And the druids of the kings are well versed in hidden lore and messages. These various cairns that have been opening up. We are swift on our feet and perceptive. We can sense movements of the undead, of demons and of fairies. But to sense a pattern like this it requires more vision than simply to burrow in the hole after your quarry. We will need someone that can see the forest and the trees at once. Which brings us north, along the King's Highway, if that is indeed safe. Regardless, we believe that the Tuconis have been combing our land for some hidden resource. Do you now follow them? You had mentioned for a brother.
My brother, Sid.
I smelled him there in the tavern. I would have thought to mention something, but I did not know that you were across the stream in your own cart, asleep when we came across.
I'm so sorry, Teor.
It's all right. How could you have known?
We can make our way, and to our own ability, try to help you find him. Once we arrive in Tybree's Lee, we will have to take caution there and get a lay of the land. But following that, we can travel with you at least as far before our duty compels us to part ways.
That would be incredible, but I imagine that you travel quite quickly, and we don't as much.
You see that she smiles. Here you see the Baroness Cosgrove stands and says, "You will travel as swiftly as they." And you see that she says,
"Thanks for the pep talk."
You see that she smiles and says, the horses of the late Baron are riderless at the moment, and you should take them and travel with them.
The ones that Kattigan scared off into the...
Dibs on the pack mule.
They got them back.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, when they came back.
If you need only 4, then we are more than happy to part with it. You see that
I require my own steed.
you see Hawkins bows before you and says, "My lady."
Amazing! Level up!
Sorry, Liverick.
Yeah, you see that the Dame Cosgrove says, by all means, you may travel much more swiftly with those horses, and truth be told, the armor alone is more than enough, and the gold you've given, we will be able to replace those steeds and then some with the generosity you've shown.
Dame, when we do find Sid, if we're still with you, will you help us get him back?
You see that Dame Morgaine looks over at Hawkins, turns to you and says, we will help you to the edge of our duty, and I am afraid no further. You see Hawkins says, now, if it should happen to pass that any rapscallion has laid their hands on a free traveler on the King's Way, and it can be proven as such, then, as Knights of the King, we are of course within our bounds to see that safe passage be granted. If there is no proof, and we can bring no complaint to the Taconis, it would endanger our crown and our kingdom for us to openly accuse the Taconis of such a thing. However, what we can sniff out, we will. You see that Morgaine says, well, you've had your potato soup. Does traveling at night, suit you, or do you wish to rest?
Fuck yeah, we travel at night.
Oh, really?
We ride.
Are you hurt still?
I'm not hurt, but I do like a nice warm bed with a cozy down blanket.
With every hour that passes, Sid gets farther away.
That is soft weakness leaving your body. You will ride. Side saddle. Cover at night.
Yes. Yes, we will ride.
Well, also, you just basically said that you're giving the middle finger to your whole family, and so night probably feels like a good idea so we don't run into anybody who might know about that. Good job, by the way. That was so cool.
Thank you.
Am I still an acolyte? Do you still believe in this stuff?
Oh boy, that's a heady question.
Okay, we can talk about it later. You don't have to tell me now, but hey, maybe if your family is the one who is stopping you from getting with Artemis and, you know, instead trying to get you to marry that old bag, maybe we can get her along the way, or...
Do you think your family's still your girlfriend?
It's not a girlfriend. I wouldn't want to... She deserves more respect than that. I don't know what happened to her. I don't know, but at this point I wouldn't put anything past my family.
Didn't she kind of stop hanging around Hal right around when your engagement was announced?
Yeah, that could be that she just got a gig somewhere. You know these actors. They're very unreliable, very insecure. They're just sort of very into their image. And they're horrible people.
I hate actors.
Actors are the worst.
I thought that you loved Hal.
No, Hal's
Don't you
great.
want to be an actor?
Hal's great. I do.
Okay.
House Halavar has other allies. Yes?
Yes, of course.
Outside of Taconis.
I don't know that, Brennan.
You have many.
Yes,
there are 5
Smart.
sundered houses. Your closest allies are the other sundered houses. So Cormorant, Einfasen, Royce, and Taconis.
Taconis.
I was surprised to find Taconis this involved along with your house, and it seems the farther we go along, perhaps more and more of these houses will join the fray. I am concerned about the scale of what we are wading into.
Would the Taconis allyship with... Would that be like news to the public
Would that be something that, like, because we know of this?
Together?
Yeah.
No, the way to think about the Sundered Houses is that they all went through this same thing together, which is that when the god of the sun was killed in the middle of the old Oberdemian Empire, all of their lands were the most impacted and affected, and they therefore, when the eternal night descended, they could no longer grow crops. These terrestrial holdings all went away, but they had this tremendous amount of wealth and, more importantly, magical power. Like, as you're going through Timony, you're hearing about earls and lords and stuff like that. There's the king of Timony. The king of Timony is probably a fighter. All of these Oberdemian houses were sorcerers. So it was this incredible amount of magical power associated with all of them.
So they're obviously like in similar stations, split up these sort of nation states or whatever they are, kingdoms. But there's no open alliances and no open like strife between them currently. They might not. They dislike each other like low key, like interpersonally. But
the reason that the Sundered Houses get, so in other words, there is a big formal known alliance between 5 houses. So for example, in Dolmakyar, the Chamber of Lords Advisory has representatives from all 5 Sundered Houses. So it's literally like they're seen as being a coterie. They're seen as being like in cahoots with each other. Openly. And of course the story around, the reason that the term Sundered Houses is used openly is that there's almost kind of an empathy behind that. Like after the Shapers' War, Royce, Einfasen, and Cormoré were on the anti-god side of that. Taconis and Halavar were on the pro-god side. And after everything happened, quickly what sort of bubbled up is, hey, the war was the war. We're going to help each other because our lands have all been destroyed. So there was actually a brief moment in time where the whole Sundered Houses thing was actually quite, maybe not empathetic, but it was like we share we share this, right? So the Sundered Houses kind of became a loosely confederated alliance of what had once been enemies, and they instead said, hey, our lands are all destroyed. Let's find a way to on the positive spin, let's find a way to come back from this thing that befell us. And the other side is, let's find a way to hold on to power.
Kattigan squatted down by Hawkins, and he's eating his soup, and he's kind of squatted in like on his heels, and he's just eating his soup, and he goes, hey, you ever get the urge to do dog stuff?
Do you get the urge to do man stuff?
No, dog stuff.
What?
Or man stuff.
What are you implying by your rude question?
I know it's rude, I'm sorry, I'm just curious, like, you ever want to, like, sniff and dig and hunt and howl?
Oh. Well, we all sniff. I presume you sniff.
Yeah.
The fact that your sniff is less capable than mine doesn't mean that...
Yeah, but let's be real, you sniff a lot more than I generally... Okay, my point
is...
you
look a lot more than I do, don't you? Your eyes are higher up. There's always stuff blocking my view.
That's a good point. I do have a specific question, though. I've always wondered, sometimes Wolfric, and I've seen foxes do it, I've seen dogs do it. They're sniffing and they're digging in the ground, right, for something. And in your head you're thinking, oh, it's got to be a vole or a gopher or something down there, right? But then they come back and they do it the next day and the next day and do it over and over and over again. And then you start thinking, is there anything really down there? So, is there anything really down there?
Yes, and he walks away.
I knew it!
The great secret. The great secret.
Yeah, you see that Morgaine, as you guys finish up, the sun's getting a little bit lower in the sky. She comes to you and says, very well, then we pursue our quarry. May I ask? We are happy to go with you, especially riding on horseback, up the King's Highway, which will be somewhat faster and more direct in our passage to Tybree's Lee. We may also take another path, which will be slightly more hidden, should you wish. I do not know if there are any that look for you. You seem to have defeated quite a significant enemy here, but if you wish for more safe passage, then you may come with us by... well, the Hounds of the King do know secret ways for the countryside that will not slow us by much, but will be much safer in terms of passage.
All I know is Lord Doset and Lady Univera, they don't fuck around.
That lady is so scary.
They're scary people. I mean, I remember Octus talking about them. And maybe it would be better if they didn't know we were following them.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, we are hunting. We don't want to let them know we're being hunted.
Right. If there's a chance that we could get set away from them without a fight, I feel like that's the best way to do it, right?
Yes, that would be most ideal. I also wonder why they still have Sid alive.
Yeah.
What is it that he has that is of value to them?
Do they even know? They don't know we're after him.
I don't believe there would be any reason why they would suspect.
Did you hear them talking? When they were leaving the tavern, did you hear them say anything about what would make Sid important to them?
I could not connect their speech with any figure. I smelled that there was a Nama upstairs, but I did not know if that body, asleep on the ground, was a willing companion or otherwise. And the name Sid meant nothing to me at that point in time. In a snippet of conversation I overheard as they entered the tavern while I feigned sleeping before the hearth fire, they had mentioned the expression of 2 birds with 1 stone was used, and they had mentioned stumbling into another one. What another one could mean, I do not know.
Is there a non-zero chance that they are keeping him because they want you?
I don't see what value I would have. I have not been in Dol Makyar. I haven't seen Thiazi in years. I only came to pay my respects, but the 2 birds with 1 stone. I don't know what that means.
But he clearly has something that they want, and for now, that's a good thing, because they won't harm him.
This is true.
Do we know what Sid was up to?
Sid was driving carriages for the Revolutionary
That's
Council.
it, right? It wasn't like,
yeah,
as far as we know, anything else.
But as a carriage driver, you hear all sorts of things. Maybe he has information.
Yeah. Or he... I mean, could he point back to the rot? Could it lead back to Hal? Could it be the linchpin in any sort of growing resistance?
I think the only way we figure it out is talk to your brother.
Agreed.
Hawkins looks out and says, "Very well then. We'll take the Miller's Road."
Miller's Road.
He smiles. He goes over, speaks to the young Baroness Cosgrove and says, "We shall give word to our order and send missive to His Majesty the King on his return from Dol Makyar. He shall come and make all things right. Until such time as that can occur, you have the blessing of the Hounds of the King to tend to your barony as you see fit." And you see that Dame Morgaine goes over to the dwarves and says, "Thank you again, and best of luck with your wend." And you see that Jasper nods and says, "Well, thank you kindly for that. I appreciate it. We'll get this bridge up in no time." And she walks back. "Brola, once again, my thanks." And you see that the knights all around the Baroness, as the Baroness stands up, and she bows to the 5 of you, as her knights once again clank gauntlets to their rusty breastplates here in Sloke and bow.
Fly up and down. It's kind of like a nod.
She says, "For the madness of your sudden whirlwind visit to Sloke and the kindness you have shown me, you will always have a warm fire, or as warm as we can get them, here in Sloke."
Good luck with rebuilding everything.
You have given us an unlikely, but perhaps our best possible foot forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you guys head on out of Sloke as the sun begins to set.
Mountains!
We're crushing. We are winning D&D.
So good.
Yeah.
We just helped this town.
This
guy just completely was
sleeping
like
in.
CC New Wave, where the CC is zigging, he's zagging, he's a rebel leader.
We're basically the Care Bears.
It's probably going to be this easy for the whole rest of the time, I'm guessing.
This is great. You did great.
We all did great.
Is your family going to try and follow you and then kill everyone in the town that we just left?
I mean, maybe, possibly, I don't know, but they've got other things on their mind. And
They know to say that you haven't been seen here, or that they did see you here being...
the folks that we just left, I think they'll keep our secrets.
I don't think that was asked of them, because everything that you've said for the last day is that I am Wicander Halavar and you can have this deed back, and I am helping you and I am going against my family. So I think our cover's blown.
I was just double checking to make sure we understood.
I think that actually now,
what we've left
I'm following your lead, which is now like, fuck my family. I'm doing my own thing, which I
wouldn't
love.
say it quite like that.
No, you hate when I swear. I'm sorry. I think that it's great. I think you should get you could take this on the road and be like, you don't have to do what they did. You still believe in everything. You still have these sick powers. You get an acoustic guitar and start recruiting people like that, Kids love that. Anyways, all down the line, I'm sure.
I'll look for a guitar, I suppose.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, thank you for boosting me up, Tyranny. I appreciate it, but
don't doubt yourself. Doubt leads to dimness, right? That's what the creed says.
You're right.
Yeah.
Kat, how are you feeling about all this?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Well, no. I felt pretty good. Honestly, I haven't felt that good in a while. They're decent people. Seems like things are gonna get a lot more decent for them. You two are a fucking mess, but we're here for you, and he's sworn to you, which means you're worth a shit, but you got what you wanted. In a fucking epic way. I mean, crossbows and on the tower, that's the shit, Yeah. I'm just here for the experience, really, and so far it's been fucking top notch.
That's cool. That's cool that you're just having fun with us. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm having fun with you.
I agree. We're a mess. We don't know why anyone is fighting for anything, but I feel, as someone who's been on this plane for a total of about 6 months, I really love to see you guys fighting for what you believe in. I'm really motivated by your story, and I feel like this guy is really learning a lot about himself. Is like second puberty over here. Disagree?
I don't see a flaw in anything you've said, no. Quick question, though, for you, Mr. Teor. You wield the light, sort of like I do. How does that...
That's a good question, because when we knew each other, it was like a little spark. He was more of a sort of a marauding, fucking head-smashing, just champion. He was a physical presence, a young lion full of mirth and fervor for battle, and now,
I'm like,
look at you! You're such a yeah.
Shoulder just like.
Oh, don't make it weird for me.
What else was he full of?
Oh, we were all war buddies. That's
don't paladins sort of get their powers from an oath of some sort? Do you get your powers from an oath to me? Is that what? Did you swear an oath to me? Is this what's happening here?
Wow.
No.
Conceded much?
Well,
yeah, don't feel too special. He swore an oath to me once too.
Oh.
I believe the light is a little different. It is new, and I don't entirely understand it either.
Did you drink any of that angel juice
filament?
stuff?
I don't even know what that means.
I'm doing this again.
No.
I assume we're slowly riding on horses during the entire
It's
conversation.
all in the
This is a talking ride? Okay.
As you guys get to the edge, of Sloke, I think that you start going on some pathways out of here, getting away from the rainy mountainside. You're traveling for a few miles, and eventually the rain sort of ceases, and you actually get to a softer sort of nighttime. And you see the clouds part, and like for the first time, because you were traveling through thick woods and near the mountains where the clouds are sort of ever present.
This is so much nicer. It was raining cats and dogs. No offense. No offense. No offense.
You see,
he should die. He should die. He should die.
as you get closer to the King's Highway, you see that just some of the buildings get you see that some of the inns are now like 2 stories again. It gets a little bit more populated going to the countryside. You get to a small crossroads, and up on the distance, slightly elevated, going over a bridge across a much wider river. So it's a bridge that actually has some posts, like a couple ways through the river getting across. Morgaine stops at a crossroads, looks over at Hawkins, and goes up towards the edge of a sort of hedgerow and leans down and whispers and goes, "Land to whom I have given my life's blood, I walk in service to a king. Unstopped and unhalted by life or death. Please see our steps given gentle shadow. I ask to walk the miller's road in the companion of these, a boon knight in those under service, however temporary, to our king." And you see that you guys hear the wind sort of shifts, and behind you guys, you see in a flurry of wind a bunch of blossoms, like honeysuckle blossoms, kind of blow and scatter across the damp sort of dirt road. And anyone who wants to give me a perception check.
I love those flowers flying around. I rolled a 10.
17. Teor, this is a weird thing to say. You were pretty clear that you were standing at like a 4-way intersection, but you were wrong. There's another road. And you see that Hawkins turns to look down it, and you see up on a hill, you see there was a sort of turning water wheel, like Miller's sort of up on a hill. And you see, as you all look, I think Kattigan, you notice it immediately. As you turn down this road, you see that there are no footprints being left by you guys on this road at all. As you begin to walk down it. Nice. And the dogs take off. You are all under the effects of a pass without trace spell.
Oh, that's super cool, man. Super cool.
As you head up the Miller's Road. So you see, as you do, Hawkins was sort of keeping on his guard, but there's something about traveling on this pathway that you see he seems very unperturbed and much more jovial than when he was sort of, the dog that was sort of glaring daggers at you in the night is nowhere to be seen as you take this other pathway. He turns and says, "So, what think you of Timony in your time here?"
It's a lovely, lovely countryside, I suppose. Do you know if you said my family has been sort of doing things up here in Timony?
Yes, they have. Well, your family, the Hailafar, yes, certainly. They're doing things everywhere, aren't they?
Well, sure, but
busy.
Sure, but any new developments that maybe hadn't reached my ear?
You see that Morgaine looks over at Hawkins and shrugs as she's sort of padding along and says, "Well, there's the hospital in Tybree's Lee."
Oh, we made a hospital.
Yes, tending to the sick there, I believe.
That's wonderful.
Well, some sick there. Not all the sick, because some people wouldn't be welcome there.
She sort of looks out and says, "It's quite possible, my Lady Thimble, that we will cross paths with some of your kin who also know the way of using the Miller's Road. So I think that we should we run across some of your kin here? Perhaps you wouldn't mind speaking on our behalf.
I got you.
Much appreciated. You see that she hearkens and says, but yes, your the Candescent Creed has seen fit to, well, let's just say that there are certain lords within Timony that have taken to calling King Augustus a tyrant, if such dreck can be believed, and the credulous and those desperate enough for answers to blind themselves against obvious truth have seen fit to take that as writ.
Don't worry, Mr. Hawkins. We're doing our own thing now. This guy is going to change everything. When it comes to Candescent Creed, you're absolutely going to change the fairy stuff too, right?
I mean, within reason, I think one step. But of course, I'll try my best.
He's going to change all of it.
It's just I don't know how your culture works, and I don't mean to speak for you or on your behalf of. I'm sorry. You make me very nervous. You're always.
You seem afraid of instituting great change, especially that which is at your fingertips.
I just don't want to over-promise. I'm going to try my best, but well, it's not like.
What is this over-promise? What is it? Does your heart shudder to dream of what might be? Let the world dash your destiny. Don't do it before you even set out on your quest.
Yeah.
Aspire to great things.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah.
Now?
Do it now.
All right. Yes. Yes. I will. I will right all of the wrongs of my family and bring justice to those we have betrayed, and I'll make them like pixies too.
Yeah.
And apologize.
Yeah.
And you deserve better than whatever has befallen you before.
You should put pen to paper. The Book of Wick.
That sounds good.
I don't.
Make it
like
so.
Start your own cult. Step away from your family's cult and start your own.
I wouldn't call it a cult. We've helped a great many people.
Writings.
He has a. Listen, religions evolve. They can, and he's still, technically set to be the next one in power. Who's to say that he can't make a good change? I mean, you clearly are developing a moral compass, as am I in real time. And I feel like you can make some good changes.
I'm just going to fly in front of Tyranny. Sorry.
No, please.
Are you getting paid for this?
I am getting paid in the sense that I get to be here and not in the pit.
Okay.
So I would like to stay as long as possible. What is it?
You have to look at your own time.
That's a good picture of me. I get to be here as long as I am under his employ.
But as long as you're building him up and saying good things about him.
She's forced to be here.
I'm supposed to. No.
She's compelled by.
You can cancel
contract.
my contract
What happens
actually at
if
any
he
time.
dies?
I probably just get yoinked back to the pit. And by the way, you can cancel the contract at any time. You can send me right on back if that's what you want.
Is that what you want?
Is that what you want?
Is that what you want? No,
Is that
of course
what you
I don't want that. But I don't want you to stay here out of some sort of obligation to me. I mean, I want you to. I was meant to be your spiritual guide, to send you on the good path, to bring you to the light and out of the shadows from which you emerge. But I also don't want to force you to do that.
No.
You're your own person.
I love that you have taken this new direction because, listen, if you wanted to, let me say this. If you wanted to, just go back to the Candescent Creed and say, Mommy, Daddy, I'm so sorry. I would like to have some truffles now, please.
Not how I talk.
And just do your job and be a fancy lad again. That would not change my life at all. I would still be here for 3 years. But now that you're doing this, I want to be here. And I really like what you guys are doing. And I think it's sick as hell that you are now saying actively out in the world that you're going against your family. I'm here for CC 2.0. Let's let it rip.
What was that for, Kat?
Oh, I'm just saying, before we go pinning up the tenants of Wick on the door of the church. Could I ask, is the creed getting the people to call King Augustus a tyrant?
Oh. You see that Morgaine sighs and just goes, "Who am I to cast the heart of those I do not know to say what motive lies therein? What I know is this. There were many lords, earls, barons, counts, and viscounts of the kingdom of Timony that began to call Augustus a tyrant. Shortly after King Augustus entertained audience with members of the Falconers' Rebellion. It has been a dream of the king's for some time to establish a council of heralds or speakers. Part of the Falconers' Rebellion asked that the people of the peasantry be given call to send their... In Timony, there have been all calls for many generations, those that speak on behalf of the townships and their interest. In many towns, it is simply the elders of the village, but some do choose or select amongst themselves someone to speak for the needs of those towns. Augustus, in speaking with those of the Falconers' Rebellion, considered formalizing that and having the king be petitioned directly by the people of Timony. This was seen by many of the lords of Timony as being a direct affront to their vassalage and patronage of their own lands. The whispers of tyranny did not begin in farm or field.
Oh, sorry.
Just general
Okay.
tyranny.
Did not begin in farm or field. They began in castles and keeps. And the lords, I believe, searched for quite some time for a way for those whispers to spread. But whispers have a hard time spreading. Lords do not often entertain conversation with the peasants. However, there are those who walk from castle hall to farm and field. They're known as priests, and they were happy to, I believe, deliver that message. But I have no proof of what I now say.
Oh, you don't need proof. That's one of the oldest campfire stories of all time. You know, my dad was a real fucking bastard, but he had a few good sayings. And one of them, there's only one way to turn the people against a just king. That's, well, two ways. Bread and God.
Your dad sounds very smart. I want to know more.
He was a
about him.
total fucking prick. Don't get me started.
I would love to get you started about this guy.
You guys travel up the road. Anybody wants to give me a survival check or nature?
Evan's not rolling anything.
Get yourself.
No, sorry about that. I need your help. Not good. 13.
15 nature. What'd you get?
A 13.
13. 15 nature. Tyranny, as you're wandering along this pathway with everybody else, I think that you observe that you're walking through this wonderful countryside of tall hedges and then roads that kind of cut into the land where like there's embankments on either side of the road, like farm and field sort of above them. But it means that you don't have like visibility on where you're going. But as you'll pass through some hedges, there are some sort of tunnels of like apple trees will cross overhead and give you like a momentary cover of canopy. And you could swear when you come out the other side, the stars have changed slightly. You come across a little hound shrine, one of those way stations. And you see that Morgaine looks and says, we would do well to rest. We are making excellent time, but we should sleep as the sun rises and make our final way.
I feel like you've been so respectful with those this whole campaign. Yeah.
You gotta do it.
Make it way downtown. Like you're taking it easy on him in episode 8, but
I love it. We're getting there. It's time. The time is coming. So you guys have the benefit of a long rest.
Sweet.
Can I poke around the dog shrine for a chewing bone? For a big old
Yeah.
bone? Cool.
You see this one is a very well-tended shrine. There's plenty of slop. There's bones aplenty. You have everything you need. I'll ask for the continued travel as you guys head north. Again, making good time, but it's like more than 50 miles to Tyresley, so it's going to be like a few days of traveling to get there. Go ahead, if you'd be so kind. I want just to roll a luck check in front of the board.
Ooh.
Laura, why don't you do us the honors
just like
here?
a D20?
Just roll a D20. And I'll say, roll 2 D20 for me and take the result farthest from 10, good or bad.
Ooh, fun.
Does that count? Does that count? Okay.
Not that teeny tiny.
Oh. Wait, is that an 11 and a 13?
11 and 13? Okay, 13. Traveling the next night farther down the Miller's Road, you are headed through some farmland, and you see that it's become, you've moved away from the border in the mountains. So you moved away from sort of shepherd land into actual more farmland here. See, there's lots of like rows of vegetables, and there's some grain around and things like that. And the land here gets much less sylvan and much more agrarian, meaning you don't see big forests. You're getting further inland into the kingdom of Timony, where there are a lot more old, like little villages and stone buildings out here and thatched roofs. But still keeping close to hedgerows and things like that. As you get out under some hedgerows, you see that Hawkins suddenly comes to a stop and goes, "We're being watched."
What is it, boy?
What? I'm a full-grown man.
What is it, man?
What is it, man?
What is it, man? Is Timony in the well?
Is Timony in the well? How dare you?
Anyone who wants to give me a perception check?
Yes.
Why can't I get it in the thing?
Don't worry, I have you. Natural 20.
Hey!
Teor, multiple sets of eyes are looking out at you from underneath a hedge.
Oh, shit. Underneath a hedge? I will. Could I gather this without making my attention straight onto the hedge? Could I try and whisper it from out the side of my mouth to Thimble?
What is it?
Under the hedge, there are rows of eyes.
Little eyes?
Little eyes under the bush.
Can I get a bead on the little eyes?
At my
and
9
see
o'clock.
if they look like they feel
Are
like.
you two all right?
You look under the hedge and
This
you
is
see.
professional
I think
soldier.
poisoned.
I think Thimble, as you sort of give away that you look right towards them, you see that Fey eyes meet yours from under the hedge, and sort of coming out slowly, but surrounding your traveling group on either side, is a group of Fey cavalry. Small, sort of 4 or 5 inch fairies riding black rabbits that come out. You look out and see they've got longbows on their back, these long, sort of bright red, poison-looking arrows. But you see that there are a group of fairy warriors here. Their legs are long, sort of, they look like bramble, or twig thorny, sort of twig legs. Wearing sort of leaf armor, and you see that they've got sort of spiky hair, these sort of menacing little fairies with a collar of thorns, like a spiked collar around their head. And you see that these warriors riding rabbits are wearing heads on their belts.
Oh! How big are these heads?
They are also fairy heads. That you see look sort of mournful and sorry, these little rosy-cheeked fairy heads.
You know, I'm gonna be less likely to go down there, and they look like pixie heads. What do they look like?
They look somewhat like pixie heads. You see that, but they're these little sort of floral heads that you see have these collars that are like flower petal, almost like a ruff, you know, that like big poofy thing, but are hanging there. These sort of mournful. They I will say they don't seem to have any blood on them. They just look like mournful, like tied around the belts from the hair.
This is so
sick. Do we all see them?
You all see them, and you see there's this sort of brawny-looking one, even at 5 inches, who's got this long bow. You see that he's got some other. He looks like he has like javelins on the saddle pack of this rabbit. You see he comes out and looks at you and says, "You're after traveling on Miller's Road in the middle of the night, are you?"
Yeah. Those are my wings.
You see Hawkins snarls and goes, "The Black Rabbits, thieves, outlaws, and brigands traveling on the Miller's Road." You see that? You see that Morgaine says, "Easy, Hawkins. We travel in the company of a pixie. Let her speak for us."
And as soon as the bunnies come out of the bush, Wolfric just literally like hair up, ready to go, just after bunnies. But he's doing that thing like if you put a treat on a dog's nose and that's just doing everything they can to keep it together. And I see this, and in Thieves' Cant, I'm gonna whisper to Thimble, "Do I let him rip or?"
No.
All right.
I say back.
You see that the one in the lead who sort of like rides up on his rabbit about 15 feet in front says, "Oh, and let your great wolf have its first bite. It'll be his last for certain."
Yeah, they speak Thieves' Cant.
Yeah.
Fuck.
You see,
These black rabbits.
he says that. You guys don't understand. He's speaking in Thieves' Cant to you, and he says, "And how do you like it, Longshanks, you and your range of friends travelling around here in the place? That wolf, he's as much a stranger in these parts as us."
I'm not much of a negotiator here.
We're not trying to stay here. We're just passing through.
Yeah, we're passing through.
He looks around and says, "Passing through then. These hounds of the king have your blessing to travel here as they do."
Yeah.
Hawkins?
See, Hawkins looks out and says, "Announce yourself plainly and speak a language that others might speak as well." You see that Morgaine looks...
Hawkins!
You see that Morgaine says, "We have no quarrel with you. What is your name, good sir?" And he says, "Cloney of the Tawns." He says, "Me and my Gregs are riding here on the Miller's Road to find ourselves safe passage somewhere else."
Greg? Wait, where are you going? That's a personal question. I'm sorry to...
He shrugs and says, "And who's asking there? You look a pixie, but one who knows her way around these mortal places."
Yeah, I've been living with the city folk for a while.
You live in a great city, as you do.
I tell the big folk what to do.
Well, and how do you like that? Give me a persuasion check with advantage.
Can I tap her on the shoulder and give her guidance?
Yes.
And then say,
I love
"Yeah, she's my boss."
Oh, that's good. Those are both really good rolls. Okay, so that's 20 plus 3. 23.
You see, he alights off his rabbit and looks and says, "And a pixie living for certain in a giant city then. You tell the big folk what to do then, do you?" Well, you'll be finding yourself a friend of the Black Rabbits as long as you're in these parts." And he puts out his hand and does the hero's handshake around the wrist. Like, he says, "Well then, we've been having a hard time out here. It's hard for... We wouldn't like to be outlaws, certainly, but we are no choice. They don't leave the milk out or the crust of bread for us."
Wait. Are you looking for a garden to tend? I happen to have a house that's looking for a group of fairies.
Is that for certain?
Yeah.
Well then, you tell us where it is.
You gotta promise you're not gonna steal from this guy. He's really good. He's a nice little old gnome, all right?
They're totally gonna steal from him.
No. I believe in these guys. You're good folk with your heads on your
I'll
waist.
break any promise I make. on.
tell you where it is.
You see, he looks around and
Dogs.
says, "Are you telling me for true that there's a house that's offered to put out bread and milk for the fair folk?"
Yeah, if you tend the garden and keep away any of the other trespassers.
Where's this garden?
I need more than a word if you're gonna break it.
He looks around and says, "Fine," and pulls his head off. Drops it on the ground. The body fumbles around.
Anything like this
finds the other head, pulls it off his belt, puts that on.
What are you talking about?
And you see the thorns recede from his legs, and he looks out and goes, "Ah, I'm Clonny the Rose,
Holy
and my word is as good as my bond. I'll keep my promise, and you can count on that. Where might we find this garden?"
Dad, I trust this fellow. Do what's my...
When he
what's-
pops his head off, my lion nose flares, and can I smell for any divine scent of undead? Anything?
You get pure Fey.
Just Fey.
You
It's
get
just Fey.
pure
Okay,
Fey.
okay. Crazy Fey.
Into... Do I know anything about these fair folk?
Give me a nature with advantage.
What the fuck, Brennan?
Natural 20.
As he puts on
Nice.
I know about both of them.
You know, both of them. You recognize that these are the head that goes on here. These are kettle hobs. They are small, helpful fairies. However, should a promise be broken to them, there's an old legend that you heard about in the Golden Orchard, where if a promise to them is ever broken, they have their head of thorns and their head of blooms. So it's the same fairy both ways, but basically there's the bad head and the good head. And if a promise is broken, then they put the bad head on and they start to steal and they ride around and get up to crimes and curdle the milk and spoil the crops and do all this bad stuff until someone starts keeping their promises again.
Oh my God. Insane.
And then they go back. So you see that the term for the little thorn ones is they're called grigs when they're bad and kettle hobs when they're good.
I love them.
What the fuck?
Tell him to keep his head on.
Griggs?
Grigs.
Grig.
Oh my gosh.
That's what he was saying, my Griggs.
Oh,
Kettle hop.
All right. I give him exact directions to Alden's place. Albid's place.
You see, he looks around and says, "Right, and I'll keep my word, and I'll let none of me brothers here offer any harm or insult to him unless he gives us reason as such, and that's my word."
There's so much there. There's so many flowers. There's so much there to
You see, he looks and says, "We'll do the tending to it." Now, this being on the other side of Dahopshini,
It's far.
That's a forest where the dead walk, certainly.
Well, we've taken care of a lot of them, but I don't know if there might be more. Now, his place is pretty safe. They've got a lot of safeguards. But part of your job would be to help out.
We'll do what we can, as we can, and we'll ride there, swift to be sure. It'll be good for the fair folk here to know, those of us that are lost and waylaid here in Timony, that are losing our means to... losing what little generosity we had. We will try to tell as many folk as we can that the woods, at least for now, are safe passage. He turns around and sort of speaking, looks and just says, "Is it true about the House of Royce?"
What do I know about what about the House of Royce?
You see, he looks and says, "You haven't heard then?"
I've been away for a while. What?
He turns and says, "Well, it was rumor.
Wait, what was rumor?
You've shown us such kindness, and I hate to give you news of heartbreak or sorrow. We met a fae, one greater than ourselves, passing on this way to the sea from down south. They told us that the House of Royce had fallen.
The orchard.
I can't say if it's true or not, but I thought I'd ask you."
I haven't. When?
some nights ago. We asked how they knew, and they said that there had been a slaughter. Many had been waylaid on their way from the Golden Orchard west through the pass in the mountains. I'm sorry. More's the pity for me to be the bearer of bad news, as you've done us such kindness, but I thought you should know.
Thank you.
This traveler, what did they look like?
Looks out and looks out. Some of the other Griggs, who are all kind of still looking menacingly at you.
Oh, switch your heads.
Why don't you do the same? Asking us so rudely out loud to switch our heads, and you switch your head if it's so easy then. You see another small one says, "It hurts every time." Oh. You see, you see that they all go for it, and you see that Kalani says, "And she's shown us a kindness then, and just switch your heads for the good lady." And you see they all start taking their heads off and start to put their sort of blossoming heads. And you see that their sort of thorn legs dissipate, and you see that all of them take these sort of blossoming, like sort of like dandelion shields out on their arms. And you see that the Kalani just looks and says, "'Twas a great and fearsome Kelpie, a horse of shadow, who journeyed here from further south. They'd come all the way from the Golden Orchard, I think."
Do I know does that sound familiar to me?
They're a type of fairy horse from Harrow. They're like a sort of dark fairy, more in keeping with Sallow and her type of fae. You can see why these fairies would have been maybe a little bit averse to like getting a lot of information or speaking for a long time with this creature. You see that looks out and says, her name was Tarona, and she would have journeyed north from here by way of the riverways. The Kelpie walk on water as they do, so she would have taken the river as a road heading up. You see, he looks and says, if there's any kindness we can pay, we travel. There's a sickness spreading amongst some of the Fae folk and also some of the people here. You've shown us such kindness by giving us a place that will turn milk and bread for us and give us a place to stay. We don't like to change heads on people that have shown us a kindness, but we felt we had no choice. The milk and bread just stopped all of a sudden. We'd taken to stealing what food we can. You see that Hawkins goes, "Admit it openly." And Morgaine sort of looks at him and shakes her head and says, "With all they've stolen amounts probably what? You see, says, one potato would feed the entire outlaw band for a week." You see that Kalani just looks and says, if there's any kindness we can pay on our way down there, he says, if any of your type gets sick, here, take this. And you see on that nat 20, he takes out a small bundle of ruby fold, and gives you some leaves. For anyone that becomes sick, you should have some.
Yeah. Thank you.
You have it.
We should be on the lookout for these. This is valuable stuff.
You foraged that in these woods?
Oh, it's a plenty all around. We have plenty with us as well.
You think you're gonna go
Tasker would
the way of our friend?
Yeah, you'll pass through
Alvin.
town. What was the name of the city that the chapel was in?
Tiberi's Leaf.
Oh no, the original village that you were in?
Yeah,
little village.
The Tasker was in.
The Tasker was in. I don't know that you guys ever got a name for that village, but
That's right on the outskirts of
you know that it's in Vale, but you could give Thalamoyne as the name of the acolyte in that chapel.
Yeah. There's a man there, Tasker.
He's a shepherd in the hills. The only one I could see.
He paid homage to the little folk, and he was looking for this.
If you feel like doing good deeds.
You see that Kalani smiles and says, well, it's one good deed that deserves another. And we've been out here in these fields fearing the sudden bark of a farmer's hound, or even worse, a cold iron nail in a door, or a rake or a hoe coming over top of the head and cracking us on the skull. So a home's a mighty fine price, and parting with some ruby fold would be a dear kindness. And you see that charm you have. You see that he says, might I?
Yeah.
You see he touches it. Sort of sparks of firefly glow come off of the charm. One good turn deserves another, and a kind head deserves a kind head alike. We'll be on our way. We'll see it done.
What's the hauling rate on those hares? Can they carry a few things?
You see, he smiles and says, oh, for certain they can. These jackrabbits can carry enough. They're strong of leg and stronger of spirit.
And I do have 5. I only have 5. I have 5 rations, and I imagine Kattigan has them in some sort of like makeshift MRE kind of form. So can I offer them to the head?
You see, he looks out and says, and a crust of bread. And you see he smiles, and you see as you give the crust of bread, he sort of breaks it apart and hands it off to everybody. I think that you see he looks to each of you, and he sort of smiling in this moment says, well, you'll find yourself a friend at the Black Rabbits wherever we travel, and with this I give you a parting boon. And you see he smiles, and a little sort of fairy light sort of cascades over you, and each of you can take a heroic inspiration.
Whoa!
Wow.
That's good head.
What's that? That's actually just a reroll. So you just are holding on to a reroll, a little bit of fairy luck. He says, your journey's long and ours is as well, so we'll bid you adieu here, but to Thimble, Pixie of the Golden Orchard, and a friend to big folk and small alike. You see he gives a little nod here. And you see on his belt, you see the spiked head, which is sort of standing there, looking like just sort of frozen his menacing look, looks up at you and just goes, she's all right. And you see his rose head looks down at it and says, I was quiet during your turn. And they take off down the road in the direction you guys came from.
No more of any of the story that we're doing.
No,
we gotta just follow these guys.
We turn on heel and just follow them. They must be protected.
I also feel like they were ready to fuck us up at a moment's notice with little poison darts and I don't know, man.
We were at dinner.
See? You see?
I couldn't understand a word you said.
Yeah.
Can you please recap what just happened?
Yeah.
But I think this is good news, though. I think the reason you're so mad at me all the time is because you've lost your good head or something, and you haven't. And if we find it, you'll be nice to me.
I was about to be nice to you then, and you just took it away.
You see, walking along as Thimble, you see that Hawkins, as you guys head out, sort of like moves a little bit away from Kattigan and Thimble up towards you, Teor, and just goes like, it's all fun and games until winter comes and you've had fairies stealing your turnips, and then to who does that farmer turn? Does anyone come and give him a blessing? No. The winter comes and he has to make do with his own. I, for one, don't think it's a laughing matter to steal vegetables.
I can see you have endured a lot, and your calm is appreciated.
He turns and says, are we knights of the king or not? We are hounds of the king. These are outlaws in the king's lands. And you see Morgaine smiles, walking on the other side of him, and says, you know, King Augustus was himself an outlaw before he was king. And you see that Hawkins goes, well, it's completely different. The Argosia, that king actually was a tyrant, and with the law, well, I'm not going to get into ethics with you here on the Miller's Road. And you guys continue traveling.
Wait, so the Golden Orchard is gone? I didn't
House
get.
of Royce sounds like a slaughter in the House of Royce, but that would just
That's what
the word.
The House of Royce is you? You're the House of Royce?
I mean, you were a gift from the House of Royce to
But
Thiazi.
the Golden Orchard has fallen.
The Golden Orchard is one of the last bastions of fairy. It was a solace, even with the doors of fairy closed, having lost. If that, you don't know if that's true or not.
Okay. Teor, that's everyone.
I am so sorry, Thimble.
Do they know who did it?
I don't even know if they did do it.
Well, who took the house down?
I didn't ask.
Ah, shit.
And where is the Golden Orchard from where we are? Just
Far away. It's to the east of Dol Makyar, so you travel in the direction of the old Obradimian Empire. It would be probably a week or two away from you guys where you are now.
I mean, I haven't even been back to visit since I joined Thiazi.
Were you close to anyone there?
Only my entire family.
Yeah. Sorry.
Is there a way to send them a message or anything?
We need to focus on finding Sid.
For the time being, it's unconfirmed. Unconfirmed.
Yeah. Does that mean Lady Arnessa's in trouble? That was her name, right?
Yeah.
There's no way to know.
I think shit's happening in Dol Makyar.
I wonder what your family's up to right now.
Cut away to a graphic sex scene.
Fucking that angel.
Julien wants to make it stop.
The Miller's Road eventually comes to an end, and you arrive at a landscape in the early morning sunlight that you look out and see after days of rain and darkness and traveling. The Miller's Road is beautiful, the hedges and everything, but suddenly walking out in the day, you see that Morgaine says, well, I know that our sleep has been disrupted. We've been traveling at night, but we arrive here at the keep of the Earl of Gormley and the city of Tybreeze Lee. And you look out, coming down from the mountains, you see Tybreeze Lee. You just see wide open fields of grass and a landscape that is sort of breathtaking in its majesty. All the hedges, there was sort of like a claustrophobic fey wonder to the Miller's Road of hedges and blooms and things. And suddenly, you having left that, you can tell that you are no longer under the effects of Pass Without Trace. You look out and see that almost like the foothills of mountains where there is a long, wide slope in altitude, you just see wind moving across bright green, tall grass over like an endless sea of grass and farmyard. There are white, puffy clouds and a bright blue sky, and Tybreeze Lee sort of on this very slight, it's like almost level, just this ever so tilted landscape that begins to head down towards this broad, mighty sort of brown river, this muddy river cutting through the landscape, just churning up with like different farms and things feeding it, like little rivers and creeks and streams feeding it. Tybreeze Lee, you see a tall castle on a hill, and this one looks like an actual castle. Not something palatial or royal necessarily, but a big stone keep, a couple of parapet walls and some bridges out to towers, looking out over this massive, like maybe just like right on that border of, whoa, this is an enormous town or a very small city. But you see that there are what look like pennants flying in the breeze, and you can see white paper garlands strung up in the early morning light. As you see people gathering, Wick, you see there are paper lanterns, and out on the road, there are small white candles in preparation for Candle Feast.
Oh. It's Candle Feast.
Yeah, I know what that is.
You know exactly what that is.
For sure I do.
Candle Feast is a holiday of the Candescent Creed. You also look out and see that the keep out there in the distance has there is no crest flying. You see that there are black pennants hanging.
Candle Feast. I invented that.
You did.
It's in my notes.
You wrote that.
Oh my god. Holy shit. Look at that. I'm so fucking smart.
And you tell me what Candle Feast is about. If there's anything the Candle Feast.
Candle Feast. What time of year is it?
I'd say it's autumn.
What day is it, Moon Year?
Yeah.
Yeah. Candle Feast is when it symbolizes when the nights become longer than the days.
Okay. Yes.
And it's when everyone brings out their candles to light the night. And they
it is the passage. It's sort of on the autumn equinox where the nights are now officially at their longest point, or starting to get into they're moving towards the longest point. And it's a good time because it's a feasting time because it's harvest. So you guys look around at this grass, you see that there are big fields where grass has already been harvested. There's a lot of fields out here that are making hay. You also see that there are places where there's like wheat that's been coming down, but also there's many big herds of horses here. So you see there's like a lot of like pasture and grazing land, but also wide open land for horses to come through. You see cresting over big white mane of stallion horses come down. Heading towards Tiberi's Lee, you enter in, and Morgaine looks and says, we've made good time on the Miller's Road. How would you like best to approach the city? I will say here as well, it is up to you if you would like to approach the city in the company of Hounds of the King, or if you would, perhaps it would be best if we were just your hounds.
Oh. Would make more sense.
People won't recognize you just from your...
Hawkins says, we are hounds. Simple and true. We do not carry any visible crest on our collars. We are here simply to do the work that all faithful hounds do. You guys see, it's up to you as you approach Tiberi's Lee what the sort of plan of attack here is, how you want to approach the city.
How many priests does it look like are around for the Candescent Creed?
Quite a lot. You see that there are, looking around at the city, again, beautiful day. It's like, it's been a long time. I mean, Dolmakir doesn't really get great weather that often. So you're like feeling like a cool, crisp autumn breeze. Some of the trees that are, most of the fields don't have any trees in them, but in the town there are some nice fruit trees and things that are catching a little bit of color as the leaves start to turn. You feel that there's like bright sun on your face again. It's up to you to determine. Go ahead and give me a perception check as you sort of try to scan the town.
I love a party.
I know you do, but I think this one's more of a serene event.
21.
21. There are plenty of priests. A lot of them look like acolytes. You don't see too many like what would be called luxes walking throughout the town, but there are a lot of acolytes. You see they're walking out. You see that some of them are wearing, they don't appear to be wearing like fine silks, but you see that there's just like white woolen robes. You see that there's an older woman who has some of the painting of like gleaming filament on her face of like the tattoos, who's walking along. And you see that she is coming out with this big basket of these white sugar cookies that have a little sort of frosted, it's like other sort of like beigey cookies that have the pure white confectioner's sugar stamp of the Candescent Creed. You see that she's walking out. A group of neighborhood kids runs by that has some garlands that are just these little sort of like paper they're almost a noisemaker kite. They're like a chain of paper links that as you run, they kind of as you run through the wind with them. And she stops and says, "And a happy candle feast to you, young children," and starts to pass out these cookies to these neighborhood kids. And she looks up and says, And let not the light of childhood be diminished, even for us who walk with the responsibility of being grown. A cookie for you, sir?
Why, thank you.
She passes it, and she looks over and says, "Blessings, may the beam reach you."
Yes, from spark to flame. I'll take a cookie, thank you.
Oh, of course. She said, "I had my fill in the kitchen, otherwise I'd have one with you."
Do you happen to have any spare candles that we could give out to others?
Oh, yes, I believe so. She says, "Have you just arrived to the city? You've been traveling?"
Yes, we came for the feast.
Oh, happy candle feast to you. Yes. She turns to see you, Tyranny. Are you wearing your normal form?
Yes.
She turns to you and says, "An aspirant."
Ever light, ever bright, sister.
Oh, and she takes your hands and puts her hands here and says, "The light is as strong as ever. I had heard tell. You must be, oh my goodness, are you here all the way from Timon's Rock?"
Yes, but it's a bit of a surprise, so maybe let us announce ourselves.
Oh my goodness. She claps and says,
"I'll have another cookie."
She says, "Do you," she says, "Now I will say that there are, cookie, yes." She hands it to you. It says, she says, my lady aspirant, I would do well to tell you that there are many farmers from farther afield in town, that the word of the light has just reached, and if they are moved to fear at your presence, please just, I will speak quickly on their behalf. The word of the power of the beam has not spread evenly throughout the land, and there may be some that do not know that you walk in the light."
Thank you so much for telling me that, and I guarantee if they see me, they'll become a believer.
I'm saying that might not happen. I'm saying that we haven't explained to everybody.
Well, we'll just have to show them how strong the light is.
Hooray! And she says, "And a cookie for you, sir."
Thank you. I'll take it. And I'll just put it behind my back and I'm going to give it to Wolfric. I am gluten intolerant.
She hands you some candles and says, "A happy candle feast to you."
Yes. Did you see? Do we know if they've arrived yet? The other.
Why don't you ask?
I've never been to a candle feast before. I'm a man of nature. What am I to expect? Are there any special guests, or better yet, any special events? I'd love to partake in the festivities.
Give me a persuasion.
Why am I doing this?
Let's go. Come on.
Seems like a bad idea. Persuasion, guidance, doink. Hey, gunning. Oh no, these dice. It's a 17, but it keeps tricking me into thinking it's a 4.
Oh.
Yeah.
They look the same.
17 plus 2, 19 plus 4, 23 persuasion.
Yeah.
I'm just a simple guy.
Yeah. You see that she says, "Well, I have heard something of his lordship. His lordship has been in mourning for some time.
So sorry.
But if we are, I believe that our Lux, our young Lux, who is also the ministrant of the hospital, she is so gifted and she wields the light with such power and kindness, and she has healed so many from the bellows fever, and she is her faith is so potent, and she has been prevailing on the Lord to today is the official end of his mourning period, and we have not heard any word that he might come and offer a kind word. He has spoken mostly with the Hierophant, but
But what a gift to have a talented healer. We've heard tale of this bellows fever throughout the land, but are unfamiliar with what it is.
It is an illness of the humors. The lungs fill with a heat and a fire that eventually consumes and racks with cough, and over time, without the power of the light, it is quite likely that in a year's time, or sometimes less, if there are ways to mitigate and lengthen time, but
an infernal consumption that only the light can heal.
Hot lung.
Hot lung.
But this Lux, what was her name again?
Aratea.
Aratea. Have I ever heard of this person?
Give me a history check.
My lady, who is his lordship mourning?
His late lady wife, Caswin. Our lord, the Earl of Gormalay, Gauntry Tallkeep, and his late wife, the Lady Caswin.
While they're talking, I'm gonna fly off and try to chase after those 3 kids that were running with the paper kite thingies.
Go ahead and give me a. Yeah, I think you catch them effortlessly. The kids sort of run off. You go find them.
What's the Earl's name again?
Gauntry
Tallkeep. Tallkeep. Great.
I rolled a 7, Brennan.
Okay, so
I don't know this person.
Rolled a 7 for history. I think Aratea as a Lux is someone that probably would have reported to a higher up before getting to you. There would be a layer of.
Well, this is splendid. Yes. Well, have a wonderful day, and thank you so much for your generosity. The Taconis the carriage, we don't even know if it's here yet, right?
That's what I'm chasing those kids.
Mm-hmm.
You're chasing the kids. Did we see their carriage?
No. Outside of the tavern?
You did not see it. Yeah, as you guys are approaching, so you catch these kids. You see that one of them sort of covered in cookie dust looks around and goes, "A fairy!"
No, see that. I have questions for you, children.
Hi.
Yes. Focus, baby.
Hey, so you guys have big eyes and you see everything that happens in the city, I bet, huh?
Everything.
Yeah. So tell me, have you seen any fancy people coming into town? Maybe with a carriage, carrying a lion folk with them?
You see that one of the little kids says, "There have been carriages coming into town all day."
I bet.
And you see that it says, "I didn't see a lion folk." Do you see that someone says, "One time I saw a bird, man." And you see that someone else goes like, I didn't see a lion person."
Focus. He might have been hidden. He's a secret.
You see that one of them looks and says, "Fancy carriages. Carriage is when there's a top and when there's decorations, and a wagon is when it's got 4 wheels, and a cart is when it has two wheels."
Did you see a freaky lady with a skull face?
That is hard to forget.
You see that one of them says, "Yes."
Boom.
Yes.
Oh, boom.
Where?
She was on a carriage.
See? Where did it go?
You see that one of those says, "It went to the hospital." You see that someone else says, "Yeah, but it didn't. Where did it?" You see that someone else says, "All the fancy carriages, either they go to the hospital or they go to the castle."
Hospital or the castle? Same direction?
No, the castle's at the edge of where we live, and the hospital's in the middle.
Great. I make some fairy dust fly up even more. I'll make even more. If you rack your brains really hard, which way did it go?
Every carriage that came into town has, because the festival's today with candles, so a lot of them had candles.
You 3 have been so helpful. Druidcraft. I'm gonna make
little flowers come up around them.
Yeah. Fairy flowers!
Fairy flowers!
Fairy flowers! You see one looks up and says, fairies can make flowers!
Thank you. Very nice.
The fairy, the most uncharmed by children fairy of all time. Honestly, don't clap for me.
Happy fashion dog.
So, you pick up the flowers and start running around again. You see another one goes, I have a secret. What? The lady with the...
No, right in the eyes and open mouth.
The lady with the skull face. Yeah. She was mean.
Did you talk to her?
No, but we ran up and I looked at her skull face and I went, and she looked at me and she went, she made a mean face.
She's horrible. I'm glad you didn't get close to her. Stay away from the skull face.
The carriage was stuck in the mud.
It was? Where?
Just for a little bit, because there was mud, and it got stuck, and some knights from us, some Gourmet knights, helped them pull the wagon out of the mud.
Really?
And the knight was like, why is the carriage so heavy?
That's a secret lion.
No, but that wasn't her. It was a carriage like her, but that wasn't her carriage. It just looked like it.
You've actually been very helpful. I'm gonna make you some extra flowers.
She goes, yay!
Yeah.
He takes them and says, these flowers are never gonna die because fairy flowers don't die. I know that. And you see...
Put them in some water. I'll fly back to my friends.
You fly back to your friends and find them there.
Tell them those kids are super helpful.
Wait, so... Sid could have been in the carriage, or it could have been that stuff that they've been digging up all over.
The resource?
You said it was a different carriage.
Yeah.
And we've been hearing about the hospital a lot.
We should swing by the hospital.
Yeah. I don't know how long it's been there.
What?
Nothing. I don't...
What were you gonna say?
Is the fairy dust like part of you, or is it like your skin, or like how does it work?
I leave
Do you
little
make it?
flecks of skin everywhere I go. So do you, really. They're just microscopic. I can see them, but I guess you can't.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you leave little flecks of skin everywhere you go.
I brushed some dandruff off of his cloak.
That's why
he hasn't had special conditioner in a couple.
Yeah, no.
It's just like a really extensive beauty regimen.
I am made of magic, bruh. This is magic.
So that's just you.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
This hospital is new. We should figure out what was on the location before the hospital. Why would they make a hospital in this town? For the people?
If we need to get into the hospital and don't want to be known, what if, just throwing it out there, what if Tyranny, you already look sort of feverish with your skin, you could have the fever.
Oh, thank God. I thought you were going to say Dr. Fingers again.
No.
Dr. Finger was instrumental in the death of your...
This would be Patient Finger.
Dr. Finger.
Patient Finger.
So we could take her up there as sort of like, oh no, our friend is feverish. We need.
What I'm hearing is that my liege, my radiance, is requesting that I cause a disturbance, and I have no choice but to follow his.
You don't
order.
have to do what he says.
I am employed by him. I am.
I don't pay
and
also
I.
maybe no reason to do that.
That's
Hospital?
true. This is just an idea.
Yes.
I am dying to give these bumpkins a show. I really now that I know that they're going to be afraid of a demon. Let's go. Let's go. I'm ready. Hospital?
We'll gather some more information first. We just stepped into town
let's-
and saw 3 kids and we're like, fuck it up at the hospital?
We have everything we need.
Hell yeah.
Maybe we can wander through town and head to the direction of the hospital.
Yeah, so let me know, what is your
Better
guys'
than the
plan as you're heading into town?
Well, what do we know of this place? Not much. We know there's a hospital. We know there's a castle. We don't know anything else.
Well, we know that's the direction they went.
Yes.
So that's really what all that matters.
And they took Sid to one of them, ostensibly.
And we should tell Daymond about the heavy carriage.
Yes, you see that Morgaine looks out and says, as you sort of nods and says, if there's any help that we can be, you're pursuing the Taconas. What is your plan should you find them? You're trying to liberate your brother.
Yeah.
That should not be done in our company. Our presence on that mission implicates the crown of Timony, and at present that is not something that we have leave to incite on our own.
I hate to break it to you, but I'm guessing anything we do here is going to implicate the crown of Timony.
What do you mean?
Well, we're not exactly friendly in this place.
Well, no, but we're not acting on behalf of the king.
Yeah, but if they see us with them, that's the assumption.
It's possible that we should diverge. And you see up ahead, as you guys are walking, you're getting into the center of town now where it's mostly 2- and 3-story buildings, and you see there's little balconies and there's garlands strung across. You see there's little paper kites flying around. As you're walking along, you see Hawkins is sort of taking the sort of point position, sort of menacingly around. You see this enormous brown and black sheepdog, sort of shaggy fur, as sort of, raises up. By the way, in addition to horses, dogs everywhere. There's about 20% of the human population is represented in just dogs. For every 5 people, there's a dog moving around in the space. You see that a dog sort of walks over, looking at Hawkins, leans in and says, "My lord, I've caught you, I'm afraid, at a disadvantage." And you see Hawkins goes, "Fell Tower, you beast!" And turns over and says, Fell Tower. And you see Fell Tower says, "In the shadows, old boy, let's not air our laundry out here in the street." And you see Felt, this other, apparently, obviously, like, Hound of the King, pulls Hawkins aside, and you see that, and you can kind of see immediately what this is like. You see there's like this, just a dog hanging out on the street, that the king's knights are also kind of an active spy network for him, that this dog just hangs out until someone comes along and can say something. Pulls him into an alley. You see Morgaine says, "Come with us," and pulls aside. You see this big sheepdog looks and says, "Friends of the king, I take it?"
Yep.
Splendid.
Yes, of course.
I'm Sir Felltower. Pleasure to meet you all. Are we given liberty to speak at ease with these travelers? You see that Hawkins says, "Maybe we'll keep any pertinent business at hand. Friends, this is Felltower, a member of our order."
An honor to meet you,
Pleasure.
good sir.
An honor to meet you as well. Fair folk, traveling here in the broad daylight. Well, seems things are not so bad in Timony. Demon! Hello! Hello. Splendid to meet you. I am Felltower.
We're all cool.
Let us hope that sentiment prevails the night. You see, he looks and says, "You've come under the protection of Hawkins and the Honourable Dame Morgaine. Morgaine, a pleasure as always." You see, she says, "Felltower." He says,
"Insight check. Is there any kind of sexiness that just happened in the next
No roll necessary. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Whoa, strong.
You did it to
yourself.
You did it to yourself. I saw it. You see that Felltower says, "What mission brings you under the company of the Hounds of the King?"
Oh, well, I don't know if you need to know. We don't want to implicate the king in anything.
You see, Morgaine just says, "The foul business in Sloke. The new Baron has been replaced by an honorable knight who herself grew to womanhood in Sloke and is now Baroness. We have our friends here and some questionable judgment but valiant action to thank for that." You see that Felltower says, "Well, if the actions were of a dubious nature, then perhaps better that it was not the Hounds of the King that did them. Happy to hear that things have worked out. You are here pursuing your own business in Tiberi's Lee."
Yes, actually, we are in search of a carriage.
I've been stationed here for some time. I've seen some comings and goings. I've been snoozing on the porch over there for quite a while. So, if I can help you at all, I've kept a watchful eye out here.
We've been looking for a carriage under the ownership of House Taconis. It should house one like me, my brother, Taliesin.
Smell check.
My nose is not as potent on the main thoroughfare, just due to the volume of comings and goings, but I will not lie, I did note the unusual aroma of a powerful carnivore in one of those wagons passing by. Unmistakable.
Do you know which way he was headed? We know that the kings...
Towards the center of town was where I saw them. I have observed many Taconis carriages over the past several fortnights, and that central hospital is where they stop, but not where they remain. The Taconis come under the leave of the Earl, and I believe much of their business to be conducted at the castle, at Castle Delony.
So they drop stuff off at the hospital before they continue on?
I haven't seen much loading and unloading, but I have seen them speak with the Lux there. Aratea, I believe is her name.
Oh.
Okay.
The wagons that have come in, when would your brother have come in? He would have been captured by the Taconis.
Yesterday, maybe?
Have we made it that much ground?
We've been gaining on him.
Yeah.
We traveled through the night too. And correct me if I'm wrong, but we still haven't had a long rest, right? Since our big fight.
We had one long rest.
We had a long.
Yeah.
At Hound Shrine on the Miller's Road.
Yeah.
Oh, that was
but
it. Okay.
They would have had one too.
'Cause
They
we
left
thought
the
the stars
tavern the night
changed. I
before
think there
we
was,
like.
Even in a carriage 50 miles on the King's Way.
Yeah.
You see that Morgaine says, we traveled by Miller's Road. Is it possible that we've lost time or they've left already? You see that Felltower sort of cocks his head and smiles and says, do you imagine that there wasn't trouble at the bridge on the King's Way? Why, I've heard that it was unsafe. There was a bit of an accident. And you see she goes, Felltower, oh, you rascal. You see, he says, they've arrived just yesterday, or at least the latest wagons did. The Lord Doset and that... Yes, well, she saw some neighborhood children and put the scarf up around the old face. You see that he says, I will say this, there's been about 5 or 6 days worth of carriages coming in from the countryside with the Taconis. All of them have arrived. None have left on the King's Way, either north or south. If your brother was captured within the last several days, I believe he is here in Tybreeze Lee, unless he was taken by some other method out of here, which I cannot say. But the carriages have been coming and not yet leaving. They have found their way to rest at Castle Delony.
It's a large castle then?
Quite.
Oh, all right.
Teor, if he's here, we're gonna get him.
I hope so. The castle.
You see, Felltower says, I wish you well in retrieving him. Your brother, in the manner of his taking by the House of Taconis, were they within their rights to apprehend him? Had he committed some transgression against them or some other...
Against the Baron, he saw the Baron committing an atrocious act and tried to keep him from claiming the keep.
See, Hawkins sort of cocks his head and says, this was done in a manner that betrayed the laws of the land of Timony, or this act occurred elsewhere?
Makyar.
I think
Hawkins
it might be a bit questionable.
Hawkins
from your
shakes.
perspective, yeah.
Hawkins shakes his head and says, well, if it's all... You see, Felltower says, are we the hounds of the king then given to administer laws in realms beyond the borders of the crown? If it happened to Dolmarka, it's of no concern of ours. I hope you'll recover your brother. I
love these dogs.
You see that he turns and says, however, if you are to engage in some more dubious acts, perhaps it would be well for us to simply wish you good luck. Is there anything else that we can offer here in this place before we part ways?
I mean, technically, he was just kidnapped off the road, you know. Nothing happened in Timony. Just so you know.
So you see that Hawkins looks and says, without any proof of what your brother may have done, it sounds as if the House of Taconis may have kidnapped a traveler granted free passage here. Should we hear anything, we will come and find you to tell you.
You have been an enormous aid to us already, and for that you have my thanks. We do not want to put King Augustus or his hounds in jeopardy further.
You see that Morgaine smiles. It looks over at Hawkins and says, Hawkins, they have been so very kind. Think of the rabbits on the road. You see that Hawkins looks and says, I like to keep things buttoned up around here, but he bows to you. You see he whispers, and you see once again, you sort of smell honeysuckle, and a sort of light breeze blows. You see he says, beloved earth of Timony, for whom I gave my very life, cover the passage of these friends of the king until such time as they must act against his interests, which I hope never comes. You see that Felltower goes, putting a condition on a blessing. How gauche. You guys are covered with Pass Without Trace once more.
That's big.
And you see Morgaine smiles and says, we are dogs in this life, but we were not always.
Life for the king?
You see Hawkins pause at the little sort of like St. Bernard's chest, and you see it opens, and you see that there is a small painting or a small etching inside of a human knight of Timony.
Is that what?
You see he looks and says, Sir Beric of Vale, I am told that he was an exemplary knight, courageous, forthright. See, Morgaine smiles and says, we fought for our homeland against the gods. And after our passing, previous knights swore an oath to defend their king in this world and the next. But of course, after the Shapers' War, there was no next. And yet it seemed an ill thing to not keep our promise. So, when the Druids of the Stag told us of the fact that souls return and return and return again to this joyous world, we said, might we return and serve again? And so we do, very happily, loyally, and proudly. To our king, and to your fair passage in our lands.
To the hounds.
To the hounds. And you see all three dogs bow in unison and turn off into the city. And that's where we'll take our break.
Oh, my, to the hounds.
To the hounds.
Raise my glass.
Oh my god.
To the
hounds.
So good.
Hell yeah.
Man, that was lovely. Golly.
Amazing.
No more any of the other stuff. Only dogs and fairies.
Only dogs and fairies. If it's not dogs and fairies, I don't want it. Hell yeah, gang. We'll come back from the break and we'll return to your mission and to Sid somewhere in the city of Tiberius. Hell yeah. Woo-hoo.
Sorry, I had to tell gotten into a live bidding war with a stranger online? Honestly, I've never felt more alive. eBay Live is more than just shopping. It's an experience. It's a chance to win something big, like a new card for my binder or a new game for my collection. One more couldn't hurt. With live box breaks, you never know what you're gonna pull, and everyone can join in the excitement together. Each stream is basically like its own little community, and interacting with the host and the other viewers live really adds to the fun. Not to mention, I've seen people win some crazy stuff in giveaways, like sealed boxes of cards and graded slabs. Oh my goodness. Join the thrill. See what's live now.
Zim zim za, that's what people say when it's Winter's Crest Festival time in good old Teldore. Zim zim za, that's what people say when it's Winter's Crest Festival time in good old Teldore. I'm sure you know to give a gift and drink some cherry beer on this very special holiday, and light 10 candles to recall those long gone ice lost years.
The Luxon beacon. It's no religious relic. This beacon is a weapon.
Some kind of arcane weapon has crossed our border. War is coming, and you're our only hope of stopping it.
You got the wrong people.
We've got a homeless wizard, an inebriated goblin,
Bottoms up!
a shipwrecked sailor, a cocky ringmaster, a temperamental monk, and chaos incarnate.
Do you want to be my bitch?
Face it, we're nobodies. That's what makes you so dangerous. They'll never see you coming.
Time to put on a show!
Did you actually think you could escape your past?
Shared purpose, shared pain, but mostly shared strength.
What do we do?
What we do best. Make terrible choices.
I'm out.
This group is fucking wild.
We are the Mighty Nine.
But there's only 6 of you.
Yes, but 6 and 9 go so well together.
Take your clothes off.
What's happening right now?
It's better if you keep your identity a secret. Here. I remembered you being bigger. I was a little drunk.
You got the hate and the jealousy. This ain't no Picos, don't copy me.
I work better alone.
The hell, man?
Hello, Robert.
How do you move so quiet?
I float. What the fuck? I only came in as I thought we were playing Magic the Gathering tonight. I am hoping we still may.
Hey there, it's Laura Bailey with all my friends to show off what you can nab in the Critical Role shop. What if I just filled my entire room with these? Make a hell of a fashion statement with this baby right here.
It's small, practical, and perfect. Just like me.
I would like to buy!
Need more dice? These are nice.
Yeah, that's definitely captain-worthy.
I'll take 3. For science, obviously.
Oh, that's a perfect gift.
all these cool things, and so much more. Check it all out at the Critical Role shop.
Welcome to Weird Kids. I have never related so much to a character than I do Bilbo Baggins.
A little more Gandalf-y.
Yeah, you're more Gandalf-y. You need your party.
Parties are great, although people are exhausting. We were about to die a salute.
That is spicy.
Oh God, why did I put another one in my mouth?
She's cursed.
I remember that forever on some level.
Sorry.
Become a Beacon member for exclusive shows, lore drops, ad-free podcasts, early access to event tickets, a members-only Discord with cast chat, 10% off merchandise, and much, much more.
We return to Tall Breeze Lee. Sorry, Ty Breeze Lee.
No, Tall Breeze.
Tall Breeze. Wait, what did I say?
Ty Breeze Lee.
Ty Breeze Lee.
Don't ever
Sam
listen
said come right before. And so
because we were talking about sperm.
We were talking about it.
Yeah.
Michael Potts's story.
Hello and welcome back from the break. Tonight's episode of Critical Role. all of you stand in not even an alleyway, just sort of like a small. It's basically just the space between two buildings on this outer road. You see that Tiberius Lee on this big, wide expanse just kind of grows naturally like a spider web out from. So the roads all kind of lead to the center of town with some little branching pathways here and there. Beautiful sunshiny day, people laughing, getting ready for the festival. You can see that a lot of this is preparation for sundown. So like obviously it's bright daylight, candles are not being lit, but people are placing candles all the way out. It smells like beeswax and fresh baked cookies on the street. And you see that a lot of the faithful are out walking, and you see that even a lot of the peasantry are being handed these like little paper garlands to wear and add a little bit of white to their clothing as they go and approach the town square in front of a hospital that you can see. The hospital it appears to be built in this like old, what might have been either like a granary or some other kind of building that's been repurposed for this. It looks a little bit old and worse for wear. It might be at the time where, you know, it's lived the life of this type of building where it's still safe to sort of be in there. But you look and see people gathering. You're still in your alleyway, and as the hounds depart, you feel a sort of little bit of that pass without trace still left on you. Normally, that would go with the Hound of the King, but you can see that they've sort of given you probably like a little bit of time to move stealthily in town if you so wish.
We just took a break and didn't talk about what we're about to do now.
I mean,
why would we want to do that off camera?
Well, I had a thought.
Okay.
Kattigan. That hospital is new, you said. You were surprised to hear that your family had made a hospital here.
Yes, but pleasantly surprised.
It would track that there are perhaps ulterior motives with this hospital.
Literally, as soon as you were explaining how beautiful and sunny and serene, my knee-jerk reaction in my head was to go, I don't trust it.
Yeah, no. Trauma. But my face, I think, would match, perhaps, anyone that has seen Sid's, and you would draw a crowd. You are well known here. I was wondering if... No?
Yes, no, you're absolutely
I
right.
was wondering if maybe you would be open to going into the hospital, seeing what might be able to be discerned.
Do you guys want to talk to the Lux? Aratea?
If she's in there, but you have to get in there first.
That's also a person of high station.
We have that egg that makes everybody sick.
We do. We do.
She's only been alive for 9 months. Not exactly a master tactician.
Was it 9 months in this realm? 6 months? 6 months.
We can get everybody sick, and we can make ourselves sick. Any reason to get in the hospital.
All good plans.
I think maybe just being able to figure out what is going on with the hospital, what's in the bowels of the hospital.
I think to your point, we don't know very much right now.
Right.
So
it could just be a hospital.
Yeah.
So you three will scout, or just you, or what's the plan here?
Every time someone sees her, no offense, they freak the fuck out.
But she can change her appearance.
She could be a great distraction.
Listen, what I heard is that people are going to be afraid of me, and I love that. I think that this is a great opportunity for young Wicander to show his power and his, his leadership.
I appreciate
And
your
put
faith
on a
in me.
show.
How so? In being able to call the aspirations of a demon, or what?
Mm-hmm.
But aren't we trying to hide his famous face?
No, you're out in the world, aren't you?
Not here. We just landed here.
Yeah, and also, if our goal is to steal Sid away, do you want to link that to you as well?
Not particularly, no. I'd like to choose my battles, and this is your thing, and I'm happy for you to take the lead on this one. If you think it's wiser to go in stealthily, then Tyranny can change her appearance. Kattigan, I'm sure, can sneaky all over the place, and
I'm great at
little, petite young Thimble can also sort of fly in.
Literally older than you, dude.
Okay, well, I mean, she's all right. little old Thimble can go in to small places and
Pay some respects to your elders.
Sure, yes.
Kattigan sort of looks around at this group and for the first time sort of is drinking in exactly what we look like. This is our first time truly together in a city. Yeah. And we are a menagerie, including my giant wolf who's dressed like a person, and I am a human man.
Kind of dressed like a wolf.
Yeah. Like a wolf person. And while he's loath to do it, I think he's considering, I would be an okay choice to be nondescript.
Yeah.
So
I just really, 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 really want to scare one person as a demon. I just really... And you could put on a light show and, that would make people happy.
Does it feed you? Does it nourish your demon soul if you scare people?
Don't make
you glow,
assumptions.
You radiate.
No, I don't know. I just like it. I don't think that's... Listen, people have made assumptions about me, and who am I to not give them what they want? They want to see a scary demon. And also a scary demon be punished.
Fair, good.
Perhaps we should go about this surreptitiously.
Well, we do have the benefit of the boon of the Hounds.
Yes.
And if the hospital turns out to be nothing, if there are no resources being shuttled, or if my brother is not being kept there, the castle is certainly where your ability to change, along with his famous face, will come along.
Just a short scout.
Yeah.
See what's going on.
Tiny scout.
Tiny scout.
And if anything goes wrong, then I am going full demon mode.
Hey, great. You know what? Why don't you come with me?
We'll go. We'll all go. Wait, aren't we all going?
Why don't you?
The plan is to only send in one or two.
With me.
Oh, privately? You want to have a private aside? Kattigan is asking if he wants to kiss me.
No,
She says out loud.
I heard it. No, come with me.
Okay.
For a bit.
Where do you want to go?
We're going to check things out.
Leave him?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Are you
Teor has sworn an oath to protect me.
You're not bound by proximity or something, are you?
No, I guess not. I'm just worried about him.
I will
protect
I will look over you.
You don't want to come into the... What if your brother's at the hospital?
Then they will send word or come out and go for the cavalry.
You stay in the shadows. If we get mage, she can change what she looks like, and I'm just a guy.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not going.
You
This is literally what I do.
You should do. You should go.
Absolutely,
Absolutely.
of course.
Okay.
But I don't know if you go where they go.
No, I can scout another
That's my
area.
point. I think.
You two stay together.
Oh, you can come along if you want. It's up to you.
Okay, this is virtually the first time we've been separated for the 3 months that I've known you.
I thought
Do you want to
6
just... 6 months. Yeah, 6 months. How long has it been? I don't know.
Lies.
How long? How long is time here? Every month is 45 days. Do you want to? Oh my God.
No, this is good. I've been holding in a poo for a while, and I really
okay.
I need to go do it alone. So
Okay.
this will be good.
For 3 months.
Yes.
She's super.
That's a long concentration spell.
Before I go, do you want to have a moment and pray?
Certainly, if it will help you, yes.
Okay, I hold out my hands
Are
to
you-
touch
Okay.
Wick's hands.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yes. May the light illuminate you in this journey. May your own inner radiance shine through your shadow, and may you find truth beyond. I believe in you. Even if I don't believe in all of the words in my creed, I do believe that it means goodness will come, and goodness will come to you. Make me proud.
Okay. Okay, I'm ready.
All right. We'll go to the front, see if anyone's coming and going. You take the sides, see if there are any entrances, exits that we could take, and I don't know, we'll come back together in a few moments.
Yeah.
1:30.
Sure.
All right.
Who has the egg?
Hell yeah.
Who is the egg?
Where's the egg?
Not you anymore.
I have an egg, but it's not the one
Where
you're
are
talking
people wending their way?
about. Wending their way.
Hospital.
Hospital. Okay, so Thimble, you're heading to the hospital with whom in your companionship?
They are also going to the hospital.
Right?
Yes.
So Thimble, Kattigan, and Tyranny are headed to the hospital. Teor and Wick, where are you guys headed to?
What do you want to do? Do you want to get
I was going to say nearby.
Sure.
But I think removed off of the road or thoroughfare, sort of off in the corners in the shadows.
Are there shops nearby?
There are shops nearby.
Okay.
Will you buy me something?
Mm-hmm. You see Tybreeze Lee is one of the few places, we talked about the other places you travel through. My God, there's actually a stables where they are selling horses here. Now you don't need any, but we do
have horses we probably need to keep.
Yep.
Yeah, stabling your horses, finding who knows how long you'll be in town for, but finding a place to stay. But yeah, you see Tybreeze Lee is an honest to God town. You see there's, you hear the clanking of, a hammer on an anvil near a blacksmith shop, ton of stable work here, a lot of horses in this part of the world.
Teor, I get the impression that Thimble doesn't care for me very much.
Oh, whatever gives you that impression.
I'm very insightful. Just little things here and there. It's not anything that anyone else would have picked up on. I sort of... Maybe it's nothing, but perhaps I could get her some sort of a gift to...
Bribe your way into her good graces?
Show her that I mean well. What do you think I should purchase?
Thimble is a ferocious warrior. It would be a bold gesture to try and appeal to her more physical nature.
So like a weapon or a...
Possibly. Also, Thimble can...
What's that, drink? Oh, should I get her a big bottle of alcohol? I don't like to sort of support that.
You should let the light guide you in your gift-giving decisions.
All right. I will look around for some shops.
Lovely. Go ahead and give me investigation.
That's a 4. Nope, that's a 1.
That's a 1? You see that there is a shop festooned. There's what looks like a small little... it seems like a kind of hunter's lodge or something like that. It has a lot of Candescent Creed stuff on it. Paper lanterns, everything like that. And you see it looks like a lovely little shop doing a fair bit of business.
Join me.
You were going to go in there, the one with all of your own family's stuff all over it?
Sure, yes.
What do you mean? You were going to go. You are famous.
I'm going. Come.
No, wait. I pulled back. I'll take you around the side of the store. I spit in the dirt, rub it on my hands, and I just smear it on your face. Start trying to cover up all the filaments with dirt and mud.
Give me a disguise check, which is going to be a charisma check.
Okay, all right. 9, 10.
Okay, 10. You're caked with mud. And you see there's a small shop next to you, and Teor's out here.
Some sort of feline thing?
I don't know. I'm worried about you going in there and someone recognizing you who you are.
You worry too much, Teor.
I'm sure. Yes, I will cast Shield of Faith.
Cool. Shield of Faith on you. You walk into the shop?
Sure.
You see there's a bunch of people coming in. There's small little charms. There's a row of shelves that have these strange little hexagonal twig sculptures. There's a bunch of vials of water, and you see there's an old woman behind a counter who's doing a fair bit of business. Behind her, you see there's an old guy who's just carving something out of a piece of wood, looking around, and she says, "That's right, line up over here, you got the holy water, charms against goblins and ghasts, keep the fair folk out of your lawn, keep the dead at bay, remember the fairies are ghosts and the ghosts are fairies. They're all one and the same."
I don't think that's true, but do you have anything that a fairy might like here?
Something that would call a fairy. Say no more, Governor. Got you right here. She turns around and you see that she puts a big bucket on the thing that has honey smeared inside it, and then a basin of water at the bottom that you see has a small symbol of the Candescent Creed in there. She says, "Fairies love this honey. It's clover honey, fresh, and it's been sprinkled with a bit of baker's sugar. It has. They come, they lick the honey, they get stuck, they get exhausted, they fall in the holy water, and it kills them dead." Kills them dead, it does.
I don't think you were...
Burns the flesh! The light burns the flesh of the fairies. The
so like
goblins,
there's like a lens that directs the light on them and sort of burns them?
Ghouls and ghasts all burn in the light, don't they? My lord, you're covered in mud.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Come back soon, tell your friends.
We'll tell our friends.
So that's a nat 1.
Yeah. We'll keep looking.
Now maybe some insight into why Thimble is upset with you.
For the rest of you, headed to the hospital. You arrive, the town square is bumping. You see that there are a number of small little standing carts, sort of like almost like hand carts that have come out that now have little stoves. There's these burning braziers, and you can see that there are acolytes of the hospital that are just cooking food out on the open braziers. Smells delicious. There's a thing of popping corn on a little brazier that's being mixed with like candied syrup and handed out in these little bags to kids running around. And you see the doors of the hospital are open wide, and as you enter into the hospital, as you approach that front gate, you see that there is an acolyte out there helping some people. You see someone who's being carted in on some crutches with a sort of simple peasant's cast on a leg. A few other people that are being attended to. You see that there is an acolyte up here who says, "Hello, duckies. Feeling all right?"
I thought we were passing without train.
Yeah, I'm not with.
Oh, you guys are not entering the hospital. You're just investigating.
I would say I wouldn't quite approach just yet.
Okay.
Though I like hello duckies, ladies, so I want to engage.
You guys can engage.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna stay back.
If you want to,
You're doing like drone reaper.
if you want to give me just like a perception, and especially if are you posting up for a minute?
Yeah, I think my idea would be to be across the street, sort of like scoping out the space for just a minute first.
Mhm.
Yeah, kind of trying to stay out of sight to the best of our abilities. Yeah.
You see that. Go ahead and give me a perception with advantage, both of you, if you're like posted up here for a while, and then give me the stealth too. And then
Perception,
Tyranny.
natural 20.
Natural 20.
And then for stealth,
I don't need anything then.
natural 20.
What?
Wow,
What's
you're
happening?
on fire. Are those the same two dice? They are, aren't they?
Holy shit. Okay, and that's with a plus 10 from Pass Without Trace, so you are vanished. I think, Thimble, here in this place with the symbols of the Creed everywhere, you just feel that one of the things aiding your stealth is that your light is just diminishing here in this town. There's a cold iron up on every archway you can see. There's a lot of symbols. This is a place that really feels far removed from that fairy light, and all you can think about is those Griggs the night before telling you that they had heard that the House of Royce had fallen. Parts of the world are in turmoil. It's a time of great change, and you can feel the world pulling in many different directions. Here in Tyranny, the world has pulled hard and fast away from the world of fairy. On that nat 20 perception, you see a busy, and I think all of you guys can see this, like a very busy open doors at the front of the hospital. The hospital is again is sort of retrofitted granary that the Creed has sort of taken to. Nat 20 perception. Thank God the Creed is here. there's food here for these people. These are peasants. When do they get a big party? There used to be holidays. When the gods were still here, there were holidays. Sometimes the gods appeared in person. And after the Shapers' War, when the gods were defeated, everywhere had to figure out what was going to happen next. Some places made it a priority to try to, like, replace those things that had existed in the time of the gods. Others didn't. Who knows what the holidays were after there weren't gods anymore? Here in Timony, here in Gormalay, here in this particular city. But right now, there's some people that are tending to the sick, they're feeding the poor, and they're giving paper kites and cookies to the kids. These people live hard lives. Someone's got to fucking help them. You see the doors to the hospital open, and you see a beautiful young woman, warm brown skin, hair coiled up in a bun filled with rings. You see that she steps out into the open doorway wearing the finery of a lux. And you can see that she is glowing with these runes of filament. And you can see that she is clearly a magic user as her eyes glow white as someone approaches. You see they're coming up on a wheelbarrow. There's like an older man and his two sons. One of the sons with the things of the wheelbarrow, the other one beside him, going, "It's my father. He's sick. He started to cough. He fell off a ladder, not the tall step, but." And you see she says, "That's all right. That's all right. Let me tend to him." Her eyes glow wide. She says, "We're going to find him a bed for the time being." And he says, can you touch him? Can you lay your hands on him? And he'll... And you see she puts a hand on the young man and says, "The light is availed to all, but we must, in the kindness of our own hearts, give it to those of greatest need. Miracles abound, but they are not infinite, and we must tend to the sick in the order of their greatest urgency. Your father will be with us, I promise. He is not in need of a great miracle, and if he becomes so, we will act at once. Your father will be okay. Come, get him into the hospital." And you see that this man is moved in a wheelbarrow into the hospital. She turns around, and you can see her sort of moving from place to place. On that nat 20, I think you wait for a while. You see also this woman who's tending to the hospital is also, people are coming up and asking her questions about the festival. You see on that nat 20, someone comes up and says, "Lux, he's coming. He's coming with a carriage." You see she says, "Oh, all right, well, we'll be ready. It's getting closer to sunset. Yes, of course. What's he coming with?" You see that he says, he's bringing the lady. And you see she says, "What? The lady? No, she's at rest in the grove." And you see that this man who appears to be not a member of the clergy, but one of those guys like in a lot of religious places who's like a civilian helper of clergy, goes like, "Lux, Your Holiness, he is bringing her." And you see that she looks sort of stunned and goes, all right. See to it that the tables are laid, and we should start ushering people to the edge of the square. And you see she turns back around. This is all unfolding as we're getting closer to sunset and time. But that's the information you see there. I think on a nat 20, the last thing you see is there is a pair of Taconis guards that ride into town, dismount briefly, go up, and you see they speak to the Aratea, who you realize is this woman who is attending to everybody at the hospital. You see one of them walks up and gestures to his friend. You see that the friend shows a bad injury, a gash on his arm. And you see that she nods and ushers this Taconis guard in. On a nat 20 perception, which we'll keep rewarding because he rolled 2 nat 20s in a row, which is insane. That Taconis guard has claw marks on his arm.
rough sex. Which you know nothing about.
Like the size of a mastiff?
I think you would say those are more comparable to a lion's claws. Lion's
I
claws.
obviously went there. And I saw which direction they were coming from.
They
those
came from
guards?
the castle.
Okay. They said the castle.
Means Teor's brother's probably in the castle.
Yeah.
But something's wrong with this hospital. I don't know a lot, but I know when something's not natural.
What lady do you think it was?
I have an idea of what's going on here.
Care to fill the class in?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
I need some time to think about it, but I'm pretty certain. Let's find Teor and let him decide. It's his brother.
Yeah.
But we should come back here.
As we start to fly away, I'm just gonna fly in front of Kattigan. I'm flying backwards as I'm like looking him in the eye. You're here, right? You're here now?
Well, like, literally and metaphorically.
You're not gonna leave.
Oh. Eventually. But not anytime soon. It's too fun.
Alright.
And then, when she peels off, I'm just gonna, pull Tyranny aside.
Hey.
You doing alright?
Yeah, I have to say something to you. Okay, this is a little awkward for me, but, I know that you and Wulfric have killed demons before. I instantly, the second I saw him, he got this look in his eyes, and I don't know, I'm so afraid of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand that.
I am not like other demons. I'm not trying to cause harm. I'm not trying to do that. And I'm just supposed to be here supporting Wick, so please don't hurt me.
I wouldn't hurt you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because actually, I think that we have something in common.
Oh, okay. I mean, you don't know shit about me, but go on.
Well, you said that your dad is a bastard, right?
Okay, double bastard dads?
Yeah, my dad is literally the shadow of suffering.
Oh, man.
I love him a lot, though, but
Probably worse than my dad.
I don't know. I mean, my dad's nice to me, though, so I don't know if your dad is nice.
My dad
Anyways.
is dead and was an alcoholic.
Oh, okay.
That's
I'm
about
sorry. All right.
Yeah.
Well, he said that one cool thing. Anyways, I just thought that could be a
No,
warning.
alcoholics,
Don't
they
kill me.
say cool shit because before it gets too bad, that's usually makes you a little bit creative, but...
Okay.
Anyway, I was actually going to ask you something way more practical, if that's all right.
Okay.
Cool.
Just now that we know that you have killed demons and you killed me.
Oh, I've got demons, undead, questionable sprites, wraiths, and spirits. I mean, pretty much anything.
Have you killed a fairy?
Can you do that thing where you change into someone else?
Yeah.
Like you disguise yourself?
Yeah. Who do you want me to be?
Well, here's what I think.
Uh-huh.
I need you to be something that blends in well.
Okay.
That's not doesn't catch a lot of attention.
Okay.
Because you're beautiful, but everyone looks at you and
Kattigan.
oh, this is really difficult. I want you to just be what you want to be, not what you think everybody else wants you to be. Just think of a form in your mind that you want to be in this moment, and just be it.
I don't think you want that. Okay, I
underneath the conditions that I already set up. So, like, if you want to be
something that's blends in.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
If you wanted
Because
to be
I was thinking, like, guar,
I
like,
know
big,
exactly that's what you were
really
thinking.
big
Yeah,
and-
yeah. I just mean like
a lot of arms. Okay. I disguise self and I become a little girl. Like a 10-year-old girl. Human girl. Plain clothes that match the townsfolk. Really big brown eyes, brown hair. Really sweet looking.
That's nice. Let's go.
You find Teor and Wick not too far from where you left them.
don't say a word about the honey. Just leave it. It is
Honey?
better. Honey.
I love honey.
Is the best. It attracts bears, and we could barely stand it while you were gone.
Hey, these are great jokes, but we found your fucking brother.
He's at the castle. We didn't see him, but we saw a guard come with a big.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
What else was in there?
The hospital?
Yeah, was it just
we didn't go
for the
in.
patients?
Oh, but your Lux lady, she's full of light.
Oh, that's nice.
I go up to Wick and I'm like, hello, are you my new dad?
I don't think so. No, we can help. We should find this young lady's
I'm sorry,
parents somewhere.
You should go.
Please, sir, are we trying to find your brother?
A divine sense, picking up anything.
Demon, pure demon.
Kicked a child!
No, we didn't go in. We got what we wanted.
Thank you for coming to tell us. We should move quickly. The time could be of the essence. The hospital, though, how did you feel about it? Did you see anything that gave you pause besides the Lux?
Oh, it's 100% fucked up. I think there's very bad things happening there. I could be wrong, but what I do know is that your brother's in the castle. So we could go back to the hospital later, I think.
Bad things like magic or torture or what bad things? What are you talking
You
about?
think so? I just saw a woman healing people. What did you see?
I don't know. Something's not right. A sickness?
That's
a
true.
plague out of nowhere? Carts in and out?
And it's true. I mean,
And we heard him say they were bringing Lady Caswin?
Mm-hmm.
Is that who we're to assume this is?
You heard he's bringing the lady, but you're
the
not
lady,
certain.
we don't know which lady it was.
But that...
Caswin is dead. Oh.
Yeah, so, well, fuck. I don't know how else to say it. I could be wrong. I'm okay to be wrong. I don't have to be fucking right and clever. I think they're healing people, and I also think they're bringing people back from the fucking dead.
Well, first of all, young lady, you should cover your ears when we're cursing like
Oh
this.
my god, you fucking idiot. This is tyranny.
Oh my god, you blew my cover.
I know. No,
Dare you deceive me?
I just thought.
It's just an assumption, it's just a guess. Maybe I'm totally fucking wrong, but the light and the dark are working together, and that doesn't leave a lot in the twilight, if you know what I'm saying. The light can heal, and the dead can bring him back. The fucking underworld's overflowing, and maybe this psycho lord is trying to bring his beloved love back. I don't know, but something's wrong there.
That would make sense why he was working so closely with the Taconis.
And if this red fever, billows fire, whatever the fuck it is some sort of way to generate new bodies for some fucking undead army, I don't know, maybe I've been chewing on too much fucking...
Always possible. It is always possible. So what you're saying is
It's always possible? An undead army? That's always a possibility? That's a thing that exists?
going
Look
on
at the
there.
Hounds. The dead are spilling out of the underworld. There's nowhere for them to go. There's so many souls just waiting to move on. Of course they would find a body, if they could.
We know the Taconis can bring people back, right? Isn't that what they do? Don't they?
I think so.
You know this about the Taconis?
Give me an Arcana check, or religion.
Not me.
I mean, pincushion. You know pincushion.
Yeah.
10.
What's pincushion?
It's Octus's
What is this?
Little fox.
pet.
Oh.
It was definitely a dead fox.
My two
That
worst
is not
things.
a dead fox anymore.
Oh my god.
Buttons for eyes.
My two worst things, that's a nat 20, my first one.
Wow.
Yeah, there it is.
First one?
First one, I think, right? Yeah.
Here's what you would know. On a nat 20, you've been up close and personal with the dead. What you know is there are limits to necromancy. On a nat 20, you know that what a wizard, or actually more likely a sorcerer, can do with the dead is typically only bring back a construct, which is zombies, skeletons, things of that nature. Occasionally you can get something really nasty like a ghoul, but for the most part, the type of undead that come back with their mind intact, with something like a spirit of what they had in life, are extremely rare and beyond the ability of sorcerers to conjure or create. Those are things like vampires or wraiths, things that are, and even that wraith you guys fought at the wraith tree was a semblance of that intellect, but couldn't hold a full conversation. Everything is effort to hold. Yeah, it's like your soul is like sand, and the harder you hold on to it, the more of it slips away, and you have to pick and choose what memories you're holding on to, what desires, what ambitions or dreams or causes, these things, until you just have a few scraps left. There is a broad continuum of the type of life that magic can create. Kattigan, on a nat 20, fairies and demons are literally born of other worlds than this. Perhaps worlds that some would say are older than the world of Ahriman. Maybe the pit, and that fairy and the pit were here long before this world ever knew the light of the sun or the touch of the moon. You would know that you've seen, you saw a little gnomish egg create a massive squid out of light, and that was obviously had no intellect of its own. It was just light and noise. But my God, how much farther is it to make a little illusion that maybe could think of something to say? And what's the distance between that and some kind of construct like you've heard they have at the Pentevral? And what's the distance between that? What you would know is that the only stories of anyone ever coming back from death unchanged were due to the direct intercession of gods. That power has been lost to this world. On a nat 20, you can come back, but not like you were, and not without terrible, terrible costs.
Like I said, I could be fucking wrong. I don't know anything about this shit.
But what's the problem?
Something smells fucking fishy there. That's all I know.
Well, this guy loves his wife so much he wants to try to bring her back. What's the problem?
I don't know. That's what he wants to do.
Why shouldn't everybody do everything that they want all the time?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
My only point is direct point of action. We should go back to that fucking hospital after we take care of your brother.
Yeah, okay.
Understood.
Unless we're running for our lives.
Sure. In which case, we get out of town.
Yeah.
If this seems like it's a bigger deal, well, no, I trust you all. Let's go get your brother, and then we'll figure it out.
The way up to the castle is far. Can we see it in the distance, or is it relatively close?
It's pretty close by. And the castle, again, it's not a massive royal castle where there would be like multiple keeps and stuff like that. This is the castle of the Earl of this region. So it's big. That central keep is maybe like 5 stories tall, and there are a couple different towers and parapets around, but fundamentally it looks like central keep, couple of watchtowers, another lower keep. The walls kind of cover a central courtyard there. But the towers you see have like white plaster on them and sort of like these black banners blowing, these sort of like funereal banners. What you do notice that is a big boon to you guys is that unlike Sloke Castle, which sort of dominated over this tiny little village, the city abuts the castle. The castle's like towards the edge of the city, but the city comes up right next to it. So the outer wall of the castle, the wall is maybe like 4 stories up, and the buildings that are near it are like 3 stories tall. So there's kind of like a 15-foot, if you can jump over that road or something, like it's the city goes right up to it, and there are multiple gates, which is a big one. Tyrese Lee is a place that seems, just due to the nature of the landscape and the feeling here, is much more open. And this castle, yeah, it's a walled castle, but fundamentally it's a walled castle of a deep inland, very secure place that's like, hey, we need a place in case we get sieged. But fundamentally, this is a place where things are going well, so let's have a lot of doors so that we can like do business and get, what I mean? There's a lot more of like, this is where I'm gonna live. Let's make this useful to be here, right? So you see that, yeah, there's, and both keeps center in the wall, which means that there's a gatehouse into the courtyard, but then each keep also has exterior double doors that go out into the city. It has like, I think that's even from a distance you can kind of see because it's up the hill a little bit from you. I assume you're looking at this as you're approaching. I will say, as you guys approach, it's a straight shot. You guys like basically go right past the hospital on your way up to the castle.
Yeah, we'd hug the side of the road, cloaks up. But
Yeah, you guys are going. I'll say this is our last stealth check with that pass without trace before it vanishes.
That's with advantage?
No, you just add 10.
Just add 10.
Roll it straight and add 10.
27.
27, hell yeah.
16.
13.
13 plus 10?
Yeah.
23.
23.
35.
Hell yeah.
4 inches tall.
Where'd Laura go? I can't see her anymore.
I love it. You guys hug into the road, completely surreptitious. You see coming down the road from the castle, creating a really elegant distraction for you guys, and probably bringing a lot of like, ooh, that's got to be good for us, is a black funereal carriage with 10 black horses in a row, with a symbol, a big crest, a sort of house crest on it, of what looks like a pair of crossed axes with a set of wings behind it. You see that this is moving down towards the hospital. It's getting to be sunset. People start to cheer, and you see that the Lux says, "You may begin to light the candles for candle feast. The food will be coming presently, and we..." The carriage enters, and you see the Lux looks out, and you see this woman is crying. She has like tears in her eyes. She looks and says, "My lord," and kneels as an older man emerges from the carriage. Majestic, red and gold diamond cloak. This like, and then you see that this sort of like this cloak that sort of he drapes behind him. He's wearing all black in his sort of black doublet, black boots. Steps out, older man, long hair, long mustache. His eyes look red and puffy, and you see that he takes a torch, reaches it, goes to the back of the carriage. His men-at-arms come with him, and they bring a coffin off of the back of the wagon. He begins to move. The crowd parts before him. He moves up, places it on this sort of like altar, or like sort of like covered table that almost serves as an altar in front of the Lux, in front of the hospital where the feast is about to take place. He goes to the Lux, opens his mouth to speak, and collapses in her arms as she embraces him. And he turns to the people gathered here. He says, "I am your lord, Gontry Tallkeep, Earl of Gormalay. I come bearing the body of my wife, the Lady Caswin. She is gone. I wish for her soul to know the light."
Oh.
And you see that the crowd erupts in cheers as the Earl takes off this small sort of polished steel circlet and kneels in front of the Lux. And you can see that she looks down and she says, "May the beam reach you, my lord." And you can see that the Earl of Gormalay has converted to the faith of the Candescent Creed. Here,
You made this.
Sam wrote this background. I didn't. You see, he converts in this moment, and people start to cheer, and you see that his guards put shields up, and he turns and says, "No! They are brothers and sisters, all. Let them come." And you see that he holds his hands, and just the peasants come and approach, and he just lets people start to touch his arms and body, and like almost falls into the arms of the peasants here in this place in front of the Lux as people just rush and gather for the first time being within arm's reach of their lord, who is just here weeping as the Lux smiles and goes to put one hand on his chest and the other on the coffin as she begins praying.
Cool.
Okay, I think that...
Way to lead a revolt against the king.
Thimble, we should go.
I think the point is that, you would be very well received here, no?
Maybe, I don't know, this feels like the wrong time to just be like, hi there.
This is a great time.
Yeah, this is a great time.
To go to the castle, because all of his guards are here, as well as the Lord.
Wait, are we in front of the hospital or the castle right now?
You were heading to the castle and watched this unfold passing. But yeah, you do see that all the king's horses and all the earl's horses and all the earl's men have just come out to the hospital for this big public conversion to the Candescent.
Yeah, we're booking it.
And Kattigan just says to himself as they take off, oh, that's way worse than making her a sexy zombie.
Sexy zombie would have been so cool.
The important martyr is worse.
Correct. Incorrect.
Okay, so we all go?
Yeah, we're all going.
Yes, we have to find,
Okay,
find his brother.
am I being a little girl? Is that helpful or should
No
I be
one's
like
gonna see us. We're sneaking in,
We're
right?
sneaking. Okay.
We're sneaky, but just in case we are seen, maybe a non-child.
Maybe a
human.
guard? Like one of those guards.
Yeah.
Sure. That's
Okay, I'm gonna disguise myself as one of those guards.
Which guards? The guards of the Earl or the guards of House Taconis?
Earl.
Cool. You turn into one of the, you give yourself that little crossed axis with the wings behind it.
Yeah.
And begin to move of the House of Toll Keep. Heading up to the Earl's castle, Castle Delani, you walk up and you see, do you approach the central gatehouse into the courtyard, or do you approach one of the smaller doors of the keeps?
Feels like the smaller doors would be better.
I feel like we could just go up and over the side of it, but we could
But it said it
probably...
was a 15, like, third story to fourth story, so we'd have to get, like, this crazy jump over, right?
True.
Boy, for soldiers, we sure are a bunch of sneaks, aren't we?
I know. We're special soldiers.
Clandestine.
Yes, side gate, right?
Yeah. Special ops.
I mean, unless approaching, because you could clearly see the main gate from almost any space, is it uncharacteristically unguarded for any reason because of the pageantry out the front?
It's dark. There's candles, which would fuck up like your view from a distance. Like if we keep a.
I think you see that as the sun is setting, you begin to. As the sun is setting, you begin to see that like there are definitely guards in the castle, but also again. This is deep inland. There's not an active war or anything going on here. I
don't know if the guard is the right move, because the thing that we're also missing is a skeleton key, like something that's going to actually let us through.
A skeleton?
Why can't you be Octus?
I can be Octus. I met
like
him.
Like a Taconis.
Yeah.
Right? Like something that's actually going to let
Did you ever meet
through.
He said one sentence to me, which was very rude, and so I have no problem.
He was rude to you, but he's so nice.
He was. I can't say that it was. I mean, it was at Theozi's funeral. And I can't say that he wasn't right.
Sure, you guys sucked at the time.
Yeah. Well, hey, I mean, I wasn't part of any of that. But yeah, I changed myself into Octus.
I just wonder if that'll get us more access than a guard,
Octus, what do you sound
right?
like? You sound like...
Yeah?
Oh, no.
Can you change the way you look at all?
That's not what he sounds like.
What do you sound like?
He sounds great. He sounds like a normal, wonderful person.
No, that stays on.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're punishing yourself.
What are you doing?
No, I've got my mud on my face. That's my disguise.
Okay.
No, I can't change my...
That's not a... I'm not telling you. That's just a suggestion.
Listen, I changed into Octus before, and I really am dying to... I'm dying to be this little nerd who insulted me.
Okay.
Now I'm Octus.
I've got a little fox.
The only thing is if we run into any of his family, they're probably gonna know right away.
Don't they hate him?
I'm not.
He doesn't get along with them at all.
Are we overthinking this?
Could be.
We're all trying to kick this door in as 4 random people. Why does she have to be someone special?
I'm just trying to think like why they let us in.
I love the tactics, baby.
Yeah.
We might just let people in here. Also, we might be able to distract him away from the gate for just long enough that all of us can get in the door.
Okay. Let's do that.
Plus, we got that egg.
As we...
The ones that makes us unseen, not the same.
Dark. There's candles lit everywhere, right?
Mm-hmm. Are we sneaking or are we distracting?
What if we get like close by? This is such a stupid plan.
I love it.
What if we get close by and then I'll use my druid craft to like flare up one of the candles really fast, just enough to like get their attention over to that candle, and then you sneak in behind them. If there's anybody at the door.
To answer your question, I think we're going to try and sneak, but unless they are just total ass at their job, any entrance isn't going to be unguarded.
Yeah.
How many guards are there?
I get the octopus play. I just wonder if it's going to bite us in the ass.
Looking at the places, so the gatehouse is open, which means it has a lot of guards. There's probably about like 6 guards there. They all look pissed that they're on guard duty on party night, right? But there are closed doors. On one of the keeps, you see the smallest door is like literally, it's reinforced. So it's got the iron and thick oak planks, and it looks like it's barred from the inside. But you just see that there is a door with a hound's head knocker on it. There's like a dog holding a brass knocker in its mouth.
Oh, and they're closed.
Those are closed, yeah. But you see, like, as you approach, someone comes out of one of them a little ways away. Like they're not for no use, right?
Did the guards at the front gate have eyes on the keep doors, or?
It looks like no.
Keep
doors? You had some.
I was just thinking, what if you disguise yourself as that priestess lady that was going around giving people cookies?
Okay.
And then you go up and you offer the guards cookies. And then they come out and gather around you for cookies.
I have 2 cookies.
Yeah,
that's not
true.
enough.
I only have enough.
Do you guys have more cookies?
I can make illusory cookies. I have spells that make illusory cookies.
Okay, either illusory cookies or I am Octus and Wicander is helping me find my fox.
And while it's all happening, Kattigan's completely dissociated. Just waiting for something to happen.
Help us brainstorm.
Or Octus.
Not my strength.
What's our motivation?
I didn't assign anything to either side.
Okay, look. Over 10 Octus, below 10
cookies.
I love it.
Octus.
I'm Octus, and you're helping me find, what's the fox's name?
Pincushion.
Pincushion.
Okay, so we're gonna go up there and say, Pincushion, where are you?
Yeah, and you're here as Wicander.
You just go in and you're a Taconis, they'll let you in.
Yeah.
Oh,
and,
all right.
And you're helping me.
I'm helping because we're
friends.
friends.
Why is your face so dirty?
There are. Can you
get it off me?
Are there any unattended carriages on the street?
I take some on my apron.
Give me a perception check.
Might need to get it wet.
19 plus 3, 22.
There are no unattended, but there's some very lightly attended. You see, there's one where it's like there's a shop that the driver of the carriage has just walked into and is like seeing his cart out the window with the horses stopped. There's like a couple like that where it's like a very light touch, but no one just has their cart like hanging out on the street.
Do we on foot, or should we try and buy or charter a carriage in there? I mean, they're gonna check it either way, right? It's a fucking castle. You just going up to the door?
If we're on foot.
I'm not a soldier. Thimble.
I'm always don't you have the egg that makes you invisible still?
It's a stealthy egg. We're so stealthy already.
Well, yeah, just in case it wears off.
I think it's more. I think it's
that was
worn
the
off.
last pass without trace.
We're not
I
stealthy
have
anymore.
the stealthy egg if you'd like to use it.
But I think it obscures your trek. It doesn't.
I can just go up and over the wall. What do you guys want me to do? Maybe I can go try to get a key from somebody.
Okay.
Yeah, go. Do
right.
do that.
Should we make you stealthy?
I just fly away.
Okay. Wait, but I have more suggestions.
You fly off. No roll necessary. You're up and over the castle wall. You're looking at the courtyard. A ton of Taconis wagons in here. Taconis carriages. You see there's people walking around. Go ahead, give me a stealth check and give me a perception check.
Oh, okay. Wait, what is that? I don't add a 10 to this one.
No.
That's an 11.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, first time. Wait,
Should have let me stealth you.
Perception 15.
15. I'll remind you, you do have that one heroic.
And a heroic dice. I'm gonna re-roll that stealth.
Reroll that stealth.
That's a 20.
Hell yeah. You see, as you fly over, as you fly over, the wind kicks up. You smell honeysuckle and that little bit of firefly light from the grigs, from the black rabbits. You hear on the distant wind, "You're after doing something underhanded, then keep under the hand of darkness." And you're covered in shadow. So cool. You look down and see in the castle, briskly walking towards these two men talking, is Univir. You see the woman. She has a black scarf up over the bridge of her nose, so she's covering her tattoos here in town. But she walks up to her brother, who you can see is speaking kind of animatedly with this knight. You see on a 15, he gestures over to one of the wagons. You see he's pointing at these big cellar doors that look like a sort of wine cellar in the base of the smaller keep, the one closer to the highway. Okay. You see that within that, Univir comes up, says a couple things very briefly. You're far enough away that you can't exactly make out what they're saying at this distance, but you can see that there's a sort of a quick discussion. You see that Univir gestures to the town, and you see that Doset's eyebrows kind of go up, and he sort of looks distracted, clicking his finger like he's thinking about something. Nods. He points over at the Ceramite Knight, the sort of serpent shield knight, and you see he just makes a round up with his finger motion. He heads off to the central keep of the castle as you see Univir puts a cloak around herself, and with a whoosh of the cloak is vanished. You see that the guy in the courtyard says the first thing you can hear, which is he goes, "Men, to me! We leave tonight!" And heads into the smaller keep, the other one that Doset went to, that has that wagon parked outside and those big cellar doors.
Do I see the guard that came up with the scratch on his arm that got healed?
You don't see him.
Okay. So they pointed to the cellar. I'm gonna go back down and tell everyone what I saw.
Okay.
Well, I'm very happy we didn't just go in there, because they're
everywhere.
They're everywhere, and they would have seen us.
And Lady
Univir?
Unibrow disappeared.
What? She disappeared?
She's just gone. So she could be anywhere.
Oh god.
Okay. Listen, I'm gonna do my best as Octus if we need that, but I feel a little out of my depth.
Could be a bad idea.
I mean, they don't respect him
as
very
long
much,
as they're
so
gone.
Wait, if she's disappeared, you could be her.
No.
You don't want that way? You don't want that smoke?
It's true though.
You could be her. She's gone. She's too well respected, and also she will see me.
Also, you heard what she talks like. She talks like this.
She doesn't. She's a woman of few words. She's a woman of few words.
No, because she'll see me, and then I'm immediately dead.
She's not even here anymore. She's disappeared. She's gone.
I gotta do audition.
Absolutely can't.
She's gone. She could be anywhere. She's gone. She's not gonna see you.
That's a hell no from me, dog. I know that you're my boss.
What if it's in order?
Is it?
I don't know yet. That felt itchy.
Let's use the egg.
Yeah, the stealthy egg. Fog up the courtyard.
It's got to do something.
It fogs up. I think he said it makes a stealthy fog or some shit.
Let's do it. Let's do it around the
corner.
corner
And then we get over to the cellar doors. We get over to the cellar doors.
We're going tonight. We gotta get him.
We gotta get him.
Let's go. You think your brother's in that cellar door for
Wait, how are we getting in?
If we want to make a big cloud of smoke, he can just make a big cloud of smoke.
It's medium sized.
Yeah, egg.
Do we?
Egg.
We don't even know what this does.
Egg.
It just makes us stealthy.
What if I?
Do you smash the egg?
What if I do it before we go in? What if it makes like a cloud, and then they have to open the doors, and then we go in?
I thought you were professional soldiers.
Give us the egg. Give it.
I'm gonna go up and over and drop the egg.
No.
Don't do it.
Use the egg on us.
I thought that makes a cloud. I think it makes a cloud.
We don't know, but we gotta do it on us.
No, I do remember him saying it makes a fog.
Around us, though, maybe.
That's what I mean. Oh. Okay, then let's use it on us. Let's use it on us.
I love how scared you guys. I live for how frightened you are.
Well, and now they're leaving. Somebody knows we're in town. Like they know something's happened.
So
So
let's use the egg, and then
just waltz in.
maybe.
Well,
All right. These
I
are
think
the
that
professionals. Make yourself Guinevere first.
I do it for a minute, and then I go. Rah!
Okay, you make yourself the scariest lady you've ever seen.
Yeah. And then
you have this blue egg.
Do you here? It's really big. You use it, Teor.
Are we going in together?
Just to talk it out again,
Yeah.
okay? Because it's all tactics.
Right.
That's a giant ass. That's a T-Rex
There's
egg.
an egg for you. It's a little egg for you.
Just to talk it out.
It's a robin's egg.
We're going into a castle with a shitload of people.
We're going to the little
where
keep.
my brother is in some room,
Probably in the cellar.
of which we do not know where.
No, but they pointed towards the cellar.
And they're leaving tonight, which means
We gotta get him.
they could be on the road with him, or less people in there.
Or they could kill him before they leave.
Or they could kill him before they leave.
Why would they wait to kill him?
Are we are we opposite that cellar door? Like, do we have to cross the entire courtyard to get there?
To get to the other keep, yes, you have to cross the courtyard.
What if we go around and we get to the entrance closest to that?
Oh, the entrance there are entrances to the street on the other side of the keep. That is correct.
So maybe we get closer to the cellar door and then we go in.
Okay.
Let's do that.
And we use the egg.
And we use the egg.
And we go in.
Those entrances are closed and locked, though, correct?
Oh, this one is not closed and locked.
This one's open, but we have to cross through a courtyard. The other ones are closed and locked,
Then let's
but
go
we
this
could
way.
try those.
Let's just do it.
And just to say it, they're all super big and scary, and they're still.
If this goes wrong, we're so dead.
We could create a distraction that draws many of them out here first.
Yeah, like what?
Or that draws them out the door that's closed and locked. We could create a distraction.
I think they would run out the door that's open, the front door.
I thought it was on the other side of the castle.
If only we had a castle here that we could look at.
We literally just freed a castle like yesterday.
We should be really good.
This one seems
front door. We go to the main gate.
Let's just do it.
All right.
Do what?
Are we with you guys, or are we Octus and Wick?
I don't know.
What do you want to be?
What do you want to be?
Well, you already told yourself you turned yourself into the world's
Thimble,
scariest lady.
What?
you see a lantern of a patrol coming around the corner.
Yeah,
Make a
that's
choice.
Egg.
Egg.
Everybody gather close.
Okay.
Egg.
The egg shatters. Covered in blue light. All of you look. Oh my god. Teor's vanishing. Oh my god, Kattigan's vanishing. You're all there. Everyone's gone. You're gone.
We're invisible.
You look in to see a faint outline of your own hand. Even that's mostly invisible. All of you have gained the invisible condition.
Okay.
Let's go.
I was thinking. Okay, yeah, that's what I meant. I think it makes us invisible.
Who's feeling lucky? Raise your hand.
Who's
feeling lucky? Raise your hand.
Sure.
I don't know.
Great, Travis. I need you to roll. Travis, I need you to roll 2d4.
Be lucky, be lucky, be lucky.
2d4.
You're gonna roll
Imagine we
2d4.
throw
Give
that
me
in
another
the
one.
castle and then all
I
the
got these
guards
really
become
pretty.
invisible.
What?
These are D4s. They're so pretty.
Okay, they're so weird.
Oh no.
Fuck a outside.
That is not lucky.
You have a
heroic.
What did you roll? What did you roll?
Heroic inspiration.
Well, no, do you?
We
You don't have it.
We don't know what this could be the number of guards that come to punch us in the butt.
It's three out of a possible 8.
That's good.
You are invisible. What do you do?
We're going
As
in.
fast as we can. We get across the courtyard and try to go
Okay.
stealthily.
You see that there are guards standing in the gate, the gatehouse, but the gates are wide open. Yeah. Guards have about 10 feet between each of them. There's 2 here and there's 2 over
baby.
here.
Yeah, we're doing it.
All right.
Give me.
Everybody go ahead and give me a stealth check with advantage.
Guide yourself.
Oh my god. We're just going in.
Does any spell remove the invisible condition, or is it an attack spell only?
Oh, that's true. If you guide yourself, does it cancel the invisible?
Oh yes. So, would you don't cast a spell?
Well, obviously not.
Do we know? Do we know if casting a spell removes the invisible
Give
condition?
me Arcana. We'll call it Arcana 12. 1. You rolled a nat 1?
Yes.
Okay. This invisibility is, you believe that invisibility this will invisibility last forever. In fact, your life may be ruined. you may be permanently invisible. So
I got a 21 on
21.
stealth.
Dirty 20?
Dirty 20, yeah.
19.
19. What did we get for stealth?
24.
24. What did we get for stealth?
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
Whoa!
So you guys full side shimmy silent as the fucking grave. You see the guard right next to you at one point just stretches as he goes, I'm the only fucking guards who are gonna miss the fucking party. As they scoot in, you are in the courtyard. You begin to cross.
We should plan to take one of these carriages the fuck out of here if we are successful at getting out.
Sure.
Okay.
You arrive.
We can't see each other.
No.
Can we all like put a hand? I'm just gonna sit on Teor's shoulder.
We're elephant walking.
I'm gonna sit on Teor's shoulder and like whisper in his ear where the direction of the cellar is that I saw.
Okay.
And then everybody can put a hand on the person in front of you.
You guys walk across the courtyard.
Yeah, we're holding hands.
You guys see that you're like carefully, you're not like dodging, but just kind of like other people are crossing and they don't see you. So you're like moving past. And again,
Kattigan, are you touching any of us or are you just on your own?
What?
Are you touching any of us?
I'm not touching any of you motherfuckers.
He's got that nose.
You arrive at the far keep at the door that you saw the knight Saramai walk into. You arrive at the door, it is closed. What do you do when you arrive at the closed door?
What about the cellar door?
You see that there are heavy cellar doors. Those cellar doors are near carriages with horses and some drivers and other things like that around here.
So we should go in this not that door.
You watch Saramai walk up and open this door without using a key.
Cool. Is anybody else opening the door, around the door? Nope.
Do you want to wait and see if someone opens it?
I don't think we have that much time.
I don't know. Maybe
I don't know
we
why
do.
I had to roll 2d4, but if it has anything to do with time, we're in trouble. We gotta go. I don't know. Because I
I know. You grab the door. Great. You grab the door. You open it. Go ahead and give me a stealth check. Straight, because it's disadvantage and advantage.
20.
Hey.
No, 22.
22. You open the door. Door opens. No one notices anything. Maybe the wind blew it open. You guys go inside.
I'm still holding.
Beautiful. So
He's
many,
his hands
so
hard.
many candles lit in here. You get in. What do? You see a hallway. There's a staircase going up to your right. There's a small area. There's some tapestries on the wall in here.
Any guards in the hallway?
No guards in this hallway. You hear them elsewhere in the keep, but this is the one facing the courtyard, so it's all within the perimeter. It should all already be covered.
We should get to an area that has like in more shadow, right? So that we can scout from the inside.
We need to go down, don't we?
I would think so. Down into the cellar.
Is there any indication that those upstairs also go down?
No, not that you would see.
Do we see downstairs?
Maybe there's a trapdoor or something.
Do you see downstairs? Give me an investigation check.
Look for trapdoors. Trapdoors. I'm gonna look too. I'm looking for trapdoors.
Great. Look for trapdoors.
16.
16. Okay, you begin to scoot through on a 16. Do you guys on a 16? You're just looking for any way down?
Yes.
Do I?
We're just gonna roll a straight luck check.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, all right.
We're gonna call this is the smaller of the two keeps. You're looking for any way down. I'm gonna say that you want a 13 or higher.
Okay.
16.
Oh, God, it makes my thighs hurt.
What did you roll for your investigation?
In or out?
Mine was actually pretty good too. It was 17.
Nice.
You get down here. You're searching. As you arrive down here, your invisibility fades. And as the invisibility fades, you look around narrow area. There's like a small, well, shit, hold on. Why don't I get it?
Oh, why don't I get it? Why don't I get it? He's going to get it. He's getting the
Guys, check out the Crit Roll store. There's lots of stuff there. Dice. Hey, that new thing that Laura's wearing right there is available to purchase.
Isn't it good?
Oh God, oh God, oh God, it's covered. It's covered. Look out, it's
really cute. That's fine.
We are so behind enemy territory
Okay,
with
that's fine.
no plan.
But he
You're a soldier. I was trying to plan. And I got nothing.
We're so strong.
Okay, I'm gonna need marching order for how you're getting down here, guys.
I would fly out in front.
Okay.
Okay.
Thimble, you're out in front.
Me and Tyranny in the back.
Yeah.
I'm holding her hand. So maybe she would. Are you in very back or in front of me? You're in front of me.
I'm in front of you, yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
I'm still holding your hand even though we're not.
Just iron grip.
So Thimble followed by Kattigan or followed by Teor?
Me.
Cool. Yeah. Thimble, fly down. You see as you guys get down here and come out of invisibility right down here. As you do so, it is pitch black. There are no candles. This is a wine cellar. It's not been decorated. You see that there, although you can smell, Teor, fresh torch oil pooled on the ground near a sconce. You think someone came down here and removed a torch off the wall.
Got it. I've got 60 feet of dark vision, and you naturally give off some
I
light.
can give off.
But by choice.
I've got dark vision. I can turn it off if I want.
Do you want me to turn on light?
Especially in this area.
Not yet.
Do you have dark vision or no?
I do not have.
Okay, so you can cast light if you need to. So Teor, you and Tyranny are the ones that you get down here. Your eyes, you do that cat reflective thing. Tyranny, you're good in the dark down here. Both of you look ahead. No one else can see this. You're just stepping down into the darkness. But Tyranny and Teor, you perceive a huge ale cask down here, smaller firkins that are here to basically fill up from the larger barrel. And
is that a pubic wig? is that what
Merkin. Yeah, a firkin is for beast folk that want to be perceived as hairless.
That was too fast. Too fast.
That is a specialty
shot.
If you would have rolled a natural 20, you would have found a store for that.
So do you guys continue into the room?
Yes.
Can we, in this pitch blackness, hear any voices beyond in the darkness?
Give me a perception.
Yeah, I think Thimble and I would know that we can move either by gestures or very slight whispers to keep her light off. But I would also use I would just try and move around the doorway to peer within that 60 feet of that vision before anybody else sort of entered that fatal funnel.
Yeah. Teor, you take the lead peering. Are you close to the corner here or further back?
I would stay further back.
I'm going to sit on Teor's shoulder so I'm not making any wing noise.
Moving this. You get down, you see empty chamber taking another turn down there as you move through. I will also ask, as we're moving down, if you're taking your time, you get into this chamber, do you want to take a moment to sit in silence and try to make a perception check? Okay.
I'm going to activate my innate sorcery, by the way, just to sort of power myself
mage
a little
armor.
bit more.
Mage armor refreshes. Yeah, everyone gets loaded up. Go ahead, give me a perception check as you take a moment here to listen.
21.
You hear a clanking of a cage distantly. Around the corner, you hear a large cage clanking, but it's more muffled. There's some amount of distance to it, but you can't hear any speaking. But there's definitely a loud clang of bars and iron.
It could be him.
Taking a moment as you do to hear carefully, I'm going to ask for a risk roll. Just want Laura and you to roll a d8 for me. You just want to roll. You don't even have to roll high. You just don't want to get a 1.
8.
8, great. You hear the noise of merriment and partying overhead, and more to the point, it looks like the Taconis activity of getting ready is staying outside with their carriages. You don't hear anyone coming down the stairs after you right now.
This time I actually am going to go over to Wick, and I'm gonna put my paw up against his chest, and my claws will come out a little bit and just touch his chest, and you'll hear me growl. And I will, for real, cast Shield of Faith on him, which gives a +2 to your AC.
Amazing.
As you do that, Teor, Wick had asked you before if you had sworn an oath. He had asked you about the fact that you wield the light. It's a question that you've deflected in your life, even before meeting Wick many times. Hoping against hope that you can save your brother. You've kept it so far from your mind's eye where your power comes from. In this moment, as you go to truly shield him, you realize you cannot use the fog of war, you cannot use the need of battle to disguise the fact that in this moment you are casting magic. As Wick meets your eyes as you protect him in this way, with that same question he asked you before of, what are you? Where does this come from? What does he see on your face?
I think as my hand reaches out and touches his chest in the darkness, the saucer-like eyes of the lion flash, and you'll see a ripple in my eyes, but there's something in that flash that you can't quite see.
A shape?
But
a being?
But you feel it.
Okay.
There is something beyond what can be named here that you see, Wick. You don't know what Teor believes, but something is being called on here. You wonder if Teor even knows what it is himself. You feel protection, this aegis of powerful magic that to you feels celestial, but maybe that's just your name for it. Protected, magic cast. You've heard that noise. You hear no one behind you. Do you continue forward?
Yeah, I would move into the hallway.
All right. Rounding the corner here where you have much less room to navigate.
Check for traps in this area, but I can't see anything.
Moving further in, Teor, you guys arrive in this room. Thimble, something's not adding up.
Oh, Lord.
You are.
I heard it.
I'm gonna, just very faintly start to flutter my wings so the light within me glows a tiny bit, just so dim, but enough that we've been in the pitch black to see a little bit more.
You look, a few sort of small items in a cupboard down here that honestly look more like the tools of a cellar keeper. It looks more like this is the small work area of someone who's like tending to the barrels and things down here.
I'm gonna go over the walls and try to find anything, because I know we heard that cage rattling.
Give me investigation.
Sorry, were you gonna do something?
I was, but that's okay. Go for you.
What are you gonna do?
I'll help. This is a cellar with food in it?
Yeah.
Are there rats down here?
Give me a survival or animal handling, and you can do so with
If he's helping me, then I roll advantage.
Yes, you do.
That's pretty good. Survival.
Perception or investigation?
Give me investigation.
7.
21.
21.
My survival would be 23. Yeah.
23 survival?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. On a 21, Thimble, you go over and running your hand along the stone wall, you look and you see it. There's a single masonry stone down here that looks smooth and almost imperceptibly a little bit more polished. Fingertips have a natural oil to them that over many years of use will leave a bit of a sheen when a stone in a wall stands out as special. Kattigan, on a 23, you do see a rat slink out from behind one of these. Seeing Wulfric, it sort of goes up to its little height, looking up at you in this moment as you sort of make contact with it. What do you do in this moment as the rat, you have sort of captured the attention of this little creature that fears for its life?
small brain, heavy instincts, and a rat, I would cast Speak with Animals and see if there's a sense of fear or safety or direction in that space, because the one thing I know is rats are scared of cats.
The rat looks up at you as you get primal with it, get down. You see it looks up and it says, "Are you gonna kill me?"
No, I won't kill you.
Friend?
Yeah, friend. Where'd you come from?
Castle. Deep in the dark.
Is
Caves
it-
and cellars.
Is it dark in here or is it somewhat lit?
It's a little bit lit, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
You see that the rat looks at you and says, "It's not safe down here. Many have gone through the door. They don't come back."
What door? Is that where you came from? I'm gonna say that to the rat and then you answer?
Yeah. You see the rat looks at you and goes, "They go. They don't die. They don't come back."
Go on. There's some ale down the way.
You see it looks and says, "I won't come back here. Not safe. It's not right. My family, my friends, they go in. They die, but they don't stink. They vanish, but they don't rot. I would smell if they had. I can't smell them anymore." And you see the rat slinks off down into the shadows.
Scary.
That doesn't sound like Sid.
Goosebumps.
That sounds like nefarious spirits.
Well,
maybe they took him down here. Maybe they're doing experiments on him. We gotta get him out.
Gotta go.
I'm gonna rear back and then fly forward with my feet and try to stomp on the.
double foot kick the stone. As you do, you fly into it. And a door appears. And as it does, hold on one second.
I'm so nervous.
We didn't check for crap.
No, but now I have a little light. I can do that before we head down more.
Let's go to get more. Let's go to
Hell
get more.
yeah. That's just a foyer.
Got two Teors up in a fucking tower eating wine and cheese.
Sid, you mean?
He's like, yes, Sid.
Teor.
No, me. I'm just
You're wrong, like an absolute savage.
Don't say that.
It's so good. It's so good. It's so
Dirk,
good.
you just cursed me. You did it
Guys,
on purpose.
subscribe to Beacon.tv and find out what we talk about after the cameras stop rolling.
What the hell?
Let's go here. And then we're going to wheel it around.
So this
and grab
thing
these
connects?
guys here. Yeah, until that connects.
Oh my goodness.
Uh-oh.
What is happening? Oh, it's Deek.
Boom. Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Seeing this hallway open up, you're going to start checking for
I'm gonna
traps
check
and
for
things.
traps.
As she's checking for traps and stuff, I'm going to turn around behind us in that threshold that we just sort of walked through that narrow hallway. I'm going to cast Alarm.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Good.
As a mental alarm, if anyone comes down that hallway, I'll be notified.
Hell yes. Great.
Sick.
Incredible.
DM question.
Yeah.
It says I cast it as a ritual. Does that take away a spell slot, or
You do it. It takes 10 minutes.
It takes
to do
10 minutes.
Well, this says 1 minute.
Oh, ritual.
Oh, this. So if I cast it as a
This
ritual,
ritual takes 10 minutes.
If I just cast it as an action, it takes 1 minute.
Yes.
I'll do that.
Great. So while you guys are talking to the rat, you're taking care to alarm this area back here. As the door opens, I am going to. I don't think you guys can make a stealth check. There's no way for you to adjust how loud this door is. So this is going to be an open perception check.
For anybody that's down there.
within.
For whatever lays within.
What are we hoping for here?
Something low.
You're hoping for I think you guys are going to need a 7 or lower.
Oh, jeez, Louise.
God, he's being super fair, and I hate it.
7 or lower.
We want 7 or lower?
Yeah, this is for the perception of the creature, or whatever is in there.
Oh
my goodness gracious.
18.
We just woke up the entire neighborhood.
Don't worry, everyone. No one will come behind us.
Yeah, good.
Without us knowing.
Yes.
China
We are
knows
totally
we're here.
safe down here.
From down the hallway, you hear you hear a voice call out and say, "Who goes there?"
You.
Yeah, change your shit.
Become something.
This is your moment. This is your moment.
Okay.
Does it change your voice too?
It doesn't change your voice.
Hello, it's me, Octus Taconis. I've lost my fox, and I walk ahead.
Great. So you leave everybody else here.
I've lost my fox. This is how I talk.
Tyranny, you begin to walk ahead. You hear a voice say, "My Lord Taconis?"
I would follow in behind you. Just hood down, coming in, and if there's nobody in that room, I would find a corner.
I would be
and put
flying
myself in it.
right behind her so that I wasn't visible as she walked forward, but...
Like a guard would, right?
And you guys are hanging back and are in this room?
I'm still casting alarm. Takes a minute.
Yeah.
But you're in this room still?
Uh-huh.
Hello, I'm sorry to bother
The
you.
voice calls from farther away. I'm going to ask how deep into the space you walk. Teor, you follow Tyranny disguised as Octus here. Does everybody else follow to this distance, to this area here?
Yeah, maybe we should stay within 30 feet. For no good reason.
Yeah.
Cool. So Tyranny, you keep walking. Everybody else is following after.
I would come in here and then I would put my butt in a corner if there's nobody else in here. Maybe in here. Yeah,
right in here.
Side, yeah.
Can I lure him into you snapping his fucking
you give me
hang
stealth.
back as far as you want to hang back.
Oh, okay.
I'll be your bodyguard.
I'm going to be in the...
I'm
natural
barely.
Oh my God, Teor.
Wow.
You have advantage. Thimble, you're hiding out in here. Great. Give me a stealth check as well.
Do I...
World.
Never mind. What's in the cage?
I don't know.
Records.
20.
20. In the cage, you look in there, see there's some blood on the ground and some scraps of black fur.
No.
In the fur in the blood?
Just the fur in the blood. That's it.
It's stressed out.
Where's
Wolfric?
Wolfric is behind. Where's Wolfric?
Yeah, we've got Wick sandwiched.
Cool, Wick sandwich. Great. Wolfric in the rear here. Tyranny. The masonry gives way to raw cavern.
Oh.
Cold stone. As you continue, you see a voice say, "My Lord Taconis, did the Lady Univer call for you?"
No, I lost Pin, my fox, and I thought maybe he ran down here. He's not here? You didn't see him?
You walk in here. As you do, give me deception with disadvantage.
With disadvantage. Wait. She's too far away from me.
Yeah.
I can't negate it.
She's got this.
With
9 months in the realm, she's got this.
19. 15.
Plus?
What is deception?
Yeah.
Plus 7.
Oh,
Okay.
22.
Roll against it.
Well, no, he rolled really well.
Oh, no.
That's a 20. Did you roll a natural 20?
Tyranny, you turn the corner.
Uh-oh.
With more than you can count in the dark of Taconis guardsmen down here in the shadows. A strange stone slab in the cavern. You see the Knight of House Saramai. His eyes a bilious green, slitted pupils like a serpent. Cage clanked open as he stands here in this room. You enter as he says, "My lord, so good to see you," and yanks up on a chain as a lizard on a chain, 8 legs, a horn of stone coming out of its nostrils, looks up at you as its eyes begin to glow. I'm gonna need a Constitution saving throw from you.
You got this.
Oh. 15. That would be so sick if I wasn't so afraid. That lizard sounds so cool.
You turn the corner. A knight of House Saramai looks at you, smiling, and says, "If you were Octis Taconis, you'd already be dead." And you see he yanks up the lizard, looks at you, and you feel yourself begin to turn to stone.
No! No!
And that's all for this episode of Critical Role.
You threw me in the fucking pit!
You have like pet basilisks or something? Oh no! That's okay, one of us has got a greater restoration, right?
I'm objectively the newest to Dungeons and Dragons here.
Oh, this is the dungeons part.
Dungeon.
Oh boy.
What the hell?
Oh boy.
I'm shaking. I'm so scared. Oh no, I'm
Starting to turn. Starting to turn.
Fucking hard.
Starting to turn. Starting to turn.
She might be able to shake it off.
Might be able to shake it off.
It's just a little boner. I'm just rock hard.
Rock hard right now.
You have a lady boner?
I have no, I'm Octus.
Well, wow, you guys
We got some thinking to do. We got some thinking to do.
I know, it's going to be a long week. Oh, I guess when we come back, we'll roll initiative.
Oh my god.
How about it, gang? Here we go.
Yeah.
What a joy. What a joy. Tyranny here in the heart of Castle Delani, having made your way all the way here to find Taliesin, Pridesire, and we'll see if you are capable of saving him.
Wait, did she see him yet?
She didn't see.
Oh, it's hard to see with those glowing reptilian eyes looking at you.
Did you say more guards than we can count?
More guards than you can count in the
Is
darkness.
that what you what did you roll
Some
for?
weapon
What was
shit
that
right
that you
there.
rolled for?
Save it! Now tell us! We gotta know what is it!
Well, all I'll say is this. It's a Thursday.
Oh man. Oh man. This is real bad. They all go. Nobody comes back. Hey, maybe they're not lethal. Maybe they're all just having their like life force.
They're all
And they're just all standing there.
Right
Blair
now,